Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, February the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a couple of yeses if you can hear me and see my screen? Yes, thank you very much, Goldman and all. All right, guys. Well, lots happening as usual. So at 9 o'clock, Sava opened. It was halted in the pre-market for news, and it did explode. Look at this. It closed. It got halted at $25. Is now at 31, halted on news. And, I'm not going to read it. Obviously, the news was positive, so it is a bio. And just a note. Obviously, the WSB trades are unraveling now. I mean, I'm not going to go in any detail, but you just have to look at GME, look at Bed Bath and Beyond. They're all basically going down. The silver plays are unraveling also. So don't know if they'll start again or if that was just a brief blip on the marketing horizon. Other things happening. IMVT. Take a look at IMVT. This is a big gap down for IMVT. They paused their clinical trial. Never good news. They paused their clinical trial. And so gap way down below that 200-day moving average. Now, will it bounce? I mean, it looks like there's a bit of a support area here around 1850. So it's sitting at 20 right now. Give me one moment, please. All right, VXRT. Now that had gapped up. I think it's pulled back quite a bit though, VXRT. Another virus play. Yeah, so it got as high as 1954, so it's dropped a couple of dollars already. Sava just continues to explode here, guys. Look at Sava, man, oh man. I was looking at the bid ask before it opened. No inkling this was going to happen. It was basically sitting at around 26, so, excuse me, what a pop. All-time high, I guess, yes. All-time high for Sava. Another virus play. It had gapped up. Let's see. Yeah, it's still holding. I mean, it's 1987, 1902. I know, you know. ARTL, another one that had gapped up. Let's see if it's holding. I don't know. 230 is the high, down to 172. I guess if it can base here. Collaboration with Trinity. So there is some news on this one. ARTL, another bio. I had my eye on Gevo if it could take out 1220, but it's kind of fading now. I put an alert here at the high of a couple of days ago for Gevo, Gevo, but it is now starting to fade somewhat. So again, I'll just keep the alert there and see if it happens. Tiger, TIGR, China Financial. Is it still? Yeah, it's holding. Yeah, it is holding. This is, so a couple of, how about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days ago, it hit just over 20. Let's see if it can take that out again. Boy, Sava is just severe rippage. Look at this thing go. Wow. There's almost $10 from the halt price. Dr. RX, DRRX is it holding? So this got up to 327. It's pulled back a little bit. They did receive FDA approval of their drug. CRBP, let's see if this one is holding. CRBP, no. So look at this, and what a gap up after hours yesterday. Hit $3, is now really fading though, CRPP. I mean, it's still up, well, hardly up at all now. CNSP. I don't see, let's see, yeah, all I see is Brookline initiated coverage. So the low float, 13 million in the float. Another one, it's kind of holding, 231, 205. All I do is look at the pre-market high, see how much they've fallen. If it's catastrophic, then more than likely you can kind of forget about it. But You can just see here though, I mean at 220, at 221, 232, look at the high right over here was 223. So if we can get back up here, I mean, look left and there's a lot of room for CNSP and it is a low float. PRTA, I think some analysts put a $29 price target on them. PRTA, well, that's a huge gap, guys. That's a big gap just based on an analyst. Is that all, or is there something else? BTIG upgraded Prothena to buy and a target of 29. I don't see any other news other than that upgrade, but that's a big reaction. I mean, because look at the previous 6 days, 5 days. I'm not using a channel. This is just my layout that I use, Emmanuel. It's not a channel, it's just my layout that I use. Available, you know, just click on my homepage link, pre-market actives up and down. And on the other screen that you can't see, other monitor you can't see, my gap up and gap downs. Just go to my homepage and there they are. Bingo, BNGO, BNGO. Okay, so this can be a difficult day trader. Got all the way up to 1331. You can see right up here, there is the high, almost 14. Exploded on publication of a study that measures DNA, etc., etc. So that is the reason that one's up. HOL is a SPAC, I believe. Let me make sure of that. Yeah, it's a SPAC, HOL. It did gap up to 1850 in the pre-market, got all the way down to 1330. So all over the place right now. So rocket startup Astra to go public. Okay, so that is that is the news on this one. Space launch company Astra to go public with the merger with HOL. Now, when that happens, I'm not sure, but at least they've announced that now. AREC. I don't have a layout, Matthias. You can pick and choose which ones you want. Let me just give you my home page. I'll show you what I use in the pre-market, okay? Give me a moment here. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link right here, my homepage, and if you go to click here on the scans that I've got, click here, my scans, okay? These are the four that I use in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down, shared, pre-market, actives up, and pre-markets down, okay? So these are the four, and I've used these forever, okay? These are the four that I use. Of course, I have a lot of other scans that I am sharing with you guys, but these are the four that I use in the pre-market. See, AREC, is it still holding? Actually, it's not bad. It's still holding. 375 is the high in the pre-market. Look at the gap. It's a low float, 17.8 million in the float. Look left on that daily, on the weekly chart. The next high is way up here at 491, almost $5. So definitely keep an eye on this one on that weekly chart. It's got a lot of room. Acquires exclusive rights to something. When I say that, my headline is just cut off. So there is some news. TLSA. Okay, here's another one. 591 was the high, so it's starting to fade a little bit here. TLSA. Just trying to see. I don't see. Yes, there is some news. And what their drug shows encouraging action or something like that. So they did have some news. Almost got, in fact, in the pre-market, yeah, got way above this high of a few days ago, maybe about a week and a half ago, 532. Just a minute, please. FRSX, FRXX, FRSX. Well, nice gap up. Trying to see if there's any move. Rallies as its subsidiary partners with iNet mobile subsidiary signs. Okay, so there is a little bit of news on this one. FRSX. Nice gap up. Now this one could be interesting. EYPT. It is, I think it's way above, yeah, it's way above the financing price. $100 million raised at $11, so it's way above this financing price. EYPT. There is the looking left. There is the next high looking left at around 13, so that's not that far away, but more importantly, it's way above that financing price. BTN had gapped up. Is it still holding its gap? Not really. Yeah, it's way, I mean, 380 is the high, right down to 263. They had a $23 million sale. And HOG, guys. HOG is an earnings play, HOG. Most people know HOG, of course, Harley Davidson. Well, I mean, let's see now. So this is an earnings play, the release pre-market. Here's the reaction, obviously not good. And let's see, the next low looking left is around 34.70. Let's see, make sure of that. We're at 35.74 right now. 35.30. So yes, so 35.30 is the next low looking left. There's, in fact, there's a couple of lows on the daily chart right there. So it's about 30 cents away or so. Takes that out, and it takes that out. Look out below for HOG. Okay, so let's take a look at Tilray was, excuse me. Sorry guys, I got this catch on my throat right here. Tilray was really gapping quite a bit. It has pulled back somewhat. TLRY, of course, cannabis play. I guess they have been granted approval for medical marijuana in Portugal. I think last week they were France. So they're starting to cover the European countries. HZNP, for those of you who like playing the more expensive stocks, HZNP is, let's see if it's holding. Yeah, that's a big gap up for HZNP, guys. It's almost an all-time high. I think they did I want to say a collaboration yesterday or a buyout yesterday of a drug company. I can't remember which one. See if it's still in the news. I know they were in the news yesterday it's either a collaboration with another company. I think it might start with the letter G, if I can. Pretty sure it starts with the letter VIE. Thank you, Casa. Thank you. It's VIE. You're absolutely right. All right, guys. I'm going to take a quick look at the upgrades and downgrades this morning from Briefing.com. Now that's really interesting. Hardly any upgrades and hardly any downgrades this morning. Very interesting. From Briefing.com. But this list has been full for the last, easily the last month anyway, but not very many of each. Yeah, I saw Uber hitting in the pre-market. I didn't look at the chart, but... All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. In fact, that's amazing. I'm very surprised. That's it. 4 downgrades, a few upgrades, and again, that list was full of both for the last month. So I don't know what's going on today. Analysts taking a break. Good morning, Thomas, and all. Maybe, yeah, maybe, Chris. It's possible. Yeah, I know there's a lot of snow in that area, but all right. EYPT, still hanging in there. Very, very, very bullish right now, guys. I mean, on $11 financing, raised approximately a little over, well, basically $100 million at $11, way above that financing price. I mean, it's challenging that high right there. That high being 13. Okay, let's take a look at Uber. Yeah, as I say, all these silver plays from yesterday completely unraveling. I mean, the trade of the week was a shot. Maybe if the silver plays had continued, doesn't mean they're not going to continue later on in the week. But right now, I mean, that was just a shot. And if you read the email, it was highly risky and all. But you don't know what's going to happen for the balance of the week. Yeah, I mean this is really bad. I mean right now this big negative reaction to earnings for Hog, and now you've shorted in the pre-market, so obviously you're able to get a quick fill. This is down over 12%. So trying to short once the market opens, you may not get the fill you want because of the uptick rule. But so let's see if it takes out 35 for you. Well, I guess it just took out 35 for you. Well done. So now the next low looking left looks like it's around right at it. And so I mean, it's right at it. It looks like that's around 34.71-ish. I'm eyeballing it. Looks like around 34.71. Takes that out. Then the next lows are, down in this area here. So well done. Well, I mean, the thoughts are, it exploded. You got to read the news. It's an all-time high now. I really can't add much. It got halted in the pre-market right here. They released the news. Obviously, the reaction to the news is fabulous. But if you're asking me to interpret the news and do I think it's going to keep going higher, of course, I can't make any forecast like that. All right, guys, I'm going to load my layout now, the one I use once the market opens. It's an earnings play, Zach. So we do have some earnings plays. I see Pfizer, PFE released earnings also. It's really not a huge reaction right now. Well, just read the. I don't know what they do. I mean, it's a bio. You know, you have to. I have no idea. I mean, it's a pharma and it's a bio. You know, you'd have to read what they do. I mean, you know, this is what they say: development of novel drugs and diagnostics, Alzheimer's, I guess. All right, guys, and again, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, right here, from the toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then My Watch List right here, Barry's Watch List right here. And again, everything in the channel bar is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout open at a time. And let me make sure I have this one up here. And of course, as always, I'll be tracking what happens from my watch list, and also my super duper favorite scan is my options scan again. See what happens in that one. Again, that is available from my scans from my homepage. So I see RVP is starting to sink somewhat. RVP is starting to sink. Yeah, man, what a run it's been on. Hey guys, I'm just arranging some things on my other monitor. Well, I'm going to wait on that GIVO to see if it can take out that 1220 later on today. Right up here. This is why, because I'm looking 3 days. 3 days ago, that was the high. And it almost got there in the pre-market. Not quite. You can see what it did in the pre-market. And just stalled right there. If it can get through that, then the next high looking left is way up here at 14 something. So yeah, Tiger now is almost at the high of last week, I think. Well, in fact, it's over it, I believe. Yeah, so Tiger is TIGR is above the high of last week. Good morning. I'll take a shot. Mubashir, Mr. Khan. All right, guys, we are going to be open in less than, 15 seconds. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Just one moment. All right, we are now open. So Yeah, keep an eye on Tiger. I mean, I don't believe that bottoming tail at all. So, yeah, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes anyway, but keep an eye on Tiger. It looks like it just wants to rip. I don't believe that bottoming tail. Okay. OSS. Somebody asked me to go over OSS, one-stop systems. Yeah, I didn't really see this in the pre-market. Pretty erratic. I mean, some pops up to 732, so those are big pullbacks. So I really don't know what to make of this. That's pretty erratic, though. I'd be a little bit wary. It's a low float, 11.8 million in the float. Lots and lots of volume, relative volume, huge relative volume. But that is not confidence inspiring when you see a couple of huge topping tails like that. Meanwhile, the market's had a nice big gap up. Big gap up for the market so far. All right, guys, this one, GSM. I mean, this is a big gap up. It had a huge pop after hours yesterday. Look at it on this weekly chart. I mean, if it can take out 4 again, or on the monthly chart, I mean, look how much room this has. This GSM. Wow, this is really moving now. GSM. Wow, Tiger just, yeah, I mean, Tiger just roared higher. I mean, just straight up. All right, so VXRT, now that pulled back quite a bit. I mean, it got up to 1962 or 1950 or so in the pre-market. It pulled back and it's starting to move again. Of course, another virus play. I call these kind of the second and third tier virus plays. Okay, PBI is an earnings play. Pitney Bowes. I mean, we had a, last week, of course, I think along with all the other ones that just went crazy for almost no reason. PBI now is an earnings play and really sinking fast. Wow, GSM guys is just ripping here. It's actually on my watch list. And it just took out, of course, yesterday's high, no problem. It's this high right there. After hours yesterday at 433. Well, look at it. Wow, took out that high like nothing now for GSM. Again, look left. I mean, the next high looking left on the monthly chart is 685. Not saying it's going to get there, but that is your sort of next area of resistance. Yeah, well, I'll show you AMC just because it's here, but And now we have a halt. GME got halted. Oh, on the way. I'm sorry. I was thinking. Sorry, I was thinking of the other one, GSM. All right, guys. There's look at EYPT. EYPT. My goodness, it's a tremendous reaction to its financing. It's taken this out here, right here, I believe. Anyway, 13. Yes. So this is again an $11 financing. Okay, just one moment, please. Honey, are you up now? Okay. Mute now. Okay. Endo, yeah, Endo. So yeah, GSM, what a gap up and then a gap down. Man, that was fast and furious. Nice short, whoever took it. All right, guys, so I'm just kind of waiting for my options plays to start triggering. I don't know when that's going to happen. I should not be on mute. You guys can hear me? Can you not hear me? Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, we just have another. Okay, I'm not going to talk about these GameStop or anything like that, guys. You're on your own on that, on those. It just got resumed. Yeah, no, thank you, David. We know that. Yes, you didn't have to private chat that, but yes, we know that. We've asked people, yeah, for the Trader of the Week, check your promotions in Gmail if you have it. But thank you for that. Yes. All right, market is still holding its gap so far. Opening candle is still green. That opening 15-minute candle is still green. And Sava just resumed. It got halted on the way up. Huge reaction to the pre-market news. Huge reaction. Did it pop? IMVT, did it rally off the bottom? Did it ever? Wow, did it ever rally off the bottom? So the news on this one is that they paused, they paused their clinical study. Voluntary pause. Never good news, but man, oh man. What a rally off that bottom. Okay, guys, here's our first one from the now. Unusual options plays. However, look at the potential resistance right around 127-ish. Look at that weekly chart right around here. Now, I've been wrong before on what my perception of what resistance can be. Obviously, if AEZS can get through this area, then it's got a lot of room. So again, we've got this sort of differentiation here. Even though the market is way up, all indices getting a lot of because these only look for stocks between $1 and $20. So we're getting a lot of these smaller stocks are getting pummeled. Not pummeled, but I mean they're moving down. So that's why we're seeing a lot of yellow here, even though the market is up. Wow, look at INO. I mean, INO, really big move down now. From the highs in 1983, right down here now, 16 something. Another high flyer in the pre-market, PRTA. Look at the gap it had after hours yesterday, 16 down to 13.20. Not holding these gaps. Yeah, so again, AEZS, guys, I did not like it because of this, what I thought was a resistance right around here, around that 128, 125 to 130 level. So yes, we got an alert, at 117, but just because you get an alert doesn't mean you take the trade. You have to look at the chart. So nothing will happen. So I should have mentioned this. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. It is now 9:45. I put a delay on purpose. And you can see a lot of stocks just making. I mean, these are still up. FRSX. I mean, these are stocks that are still up, but they're down. Well, at least at this point, FRSX at 940, it was down here. It is popped up. All right, keep an eye on EYPT. It is really holding 13 well, and that's the level right there. Well, it looks like about 3 weeks ago, and it's just really, really holding that financing level very well. $11 financing. Hog continues down, guys. Somebody said they covered. There's a great earnings play on a short right from the get-go. I mean, now look at this weekly chart. There is no support for a while. 28. I mean, the next low looking left is around 28.61. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Also, there's a 200-day moving average at 29.50 for HOG. HOG. Oh wow. Here's another one that's just being hit hard. MAC, after a big run a few days ago, got all the way up to 26 something. Now, cut in half the last 4 days. Look at this, including today. MAC. All right, guys, after a pretty big pullback for MBRX, it is now starting to move. There's a pre-market high way up here, around 934 or so. All these, I mean, I mean, they're showing up in the basic new lows. But all these WSB plays are just getting crushed. Just a minute. Okay, so I'm going to watch Tiger, see if it takes out 22 again. I mean, there's the high looking left, way over here. That's an all-time high. Guys aren't familiar with this one. They did an IPO back here. It spiked all the way up to 20. Where did it get up to? 23.89, almost $24. So it's starting to challenge that all-time high. It's been challenging for a while, of course. Look at the run it's been on over the last 4 months. 3 months plus 2 days. Just one moment, please. Boy, the SPY keeps surging here, guys. The SPY is first 15-minute candle, so we already had a gap, of course. Sava got halted on the way down, and so just got halted on the way down, Sava. So these virus plays, VXRT and INO, excuse me, big moves in the pre-market, but you're really giving it up now. I mean, this is almost going negative. VXRT. Oh yeah, so silver is just getting trashed. Look at it, FSM. I mean, it's CDE, Coeur d'Alene. All right, guys, here's maybe an interesting one. LIZI. China stock, not a big float. The high was 495, I guess, today. Look left. High over here is almost 6. Well, guys, everybody should switch to Interactive Brokers, the horrible brokers that charge you half a cent a share. That never go down. Shouldn't say that, but I said it yesterday and I'll keep saying it. You get what you pay for. Well, guys, well, look at AG. You know, this was an AI alert. Oh, I'm sure the platforms are good. IB's platform is terrible, terrible. But my bottom line with IB is I haven't changed my platform in 4 years, and it works just fine for what I do. I don't care about anything else, and it's so incredibly reliable. That's it. Off my soapbox. I guess what I'm talking about, I'll choose function over form any day. Look at LIZI, guys. Well, yeah, okay, never. In 4 years, it hasn't crashed for me. In 4 years, how's that? I'm not saying before I took IB, it never crashed, but in 4 years that I've had it, never crashed. Well, I don't even think it crashed, Maldo. I know what happened, but yeah. Anyway, guys, AG stellar from the AI so far. There's the alert, 1751, 1689 now. Actually, this LIZI actually looks like maybe a short now. Underneath 5. Let's see what happens here if it... Okay, look how choppy we've had a lot of chop on these ones that moved in the pre-market. Sava got halted again on the way down. Sava got halted again on the way. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It resumed. I'm sorry. It just resumed. You know, I was surprised, guys. I mean, you know how I trade. Well, if you don't, if you're new to the room, but you know, I focus on the ones under $20 from the AI. I did not get the short of AG right at the entry, you know, the entry 1751. But what I was surprised at is that, you know, this is down way more than 10%, even when, and it was easy to get a fill. Now, typically, you know, when a stock is down more than 10%, you might get frustrated trying to get a fill because the uptick rule is in place. Has to be some action at the ask, and you got to get back to the bid, and you could be in a big queue, I guarantee, of a lot of people trying to short this. And I was actually surprised that it was shortable at IB. It wasn't one of those ones that they took off. So a nice trade from the AI. Boy, PBI guys, I mean, this is just getting crushed now too on earnings. I didn't try to short this one. Yeah, it's possible. I guess that might. I guess that makes sense. Not as many people in the queue trying to short, but I got an instant fill, like an instant fill. It wasn't an issue at all. Well, didn't see. I think I saw this one in the pre-market, but there were so many that it gapped. But look at this one, OCGN. Look at this gap now for OCGN, surgical appliance and supplies. Announced execution of definitive. It's just a headline for the commercialization. So this look, yeah. So this is a virus play. This is a virus play. OCGN is a virus play. Wow. Look at the volume. Look at the volume. 42 million. It's a big float. My guess is this will trade the float today. Got another 100 million to go, but it's already traded 44 million in the first half hour. And look at the room it's got. Look at the room. I mean, look at it's taking out last month's high, and then when you look left, again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but and probably that was predictable. This just got short. It just got halted. OCGN just got halted. Well, here's another one. Just look at KOPN. It's taken out that high, I think, of about 6 days ago. It was right at that high, right at it. Yeah, so it's a little bit above it, KOPN, a little bit above it. Another, it's not a pharma. Enter into a development agreement. Copian and HMD a development agreement. I do see some news on it. Yeah, just one moment, please. Okay, guys, ATOS is on the move here. Yes, last week's high was up here around 378, so it has some room to run if it wants to. All right, so some of these high flyers, pre-market high flyers, just absolutely not holding their gain. So let me think of Tiger, AR, but MBRX is MBRX. They're hit in the pre-market. It hit 930 MBRX. Wow, MBRX just big move now. Pre-market highs way up here, 933, about $1 away. And ATOS, just mentioned it. ATOS over 3 now. Again, looking left, the next high is around 376. I don't know if they have any news. Says phase 2. So obviously some positive data. Phase 2 study. Look at the volume coming in. This is huge volume. This is 8 million in the 8.6 million in the float, 31 million. So this is going to trade the float. My guess probably maybe 8 times today. 31 million already. All right. So after the halt, OCGN after the halt, a little bit of a gap down. Well, Bill, I guess it would depend on who your broker is. I know some with Fidelity are having issues, but yeah, that is an issue. I've seen other people posting the same sort of thing. Man, oh man, BCRX, look at this. On 14, I mean, this had a, I mean, look what it did. I mean, these are just wild swings. Wild, wild swings. Okay, there's the Lizzie, Lizi, back over five. Back over five. Come on, load. There we go. Okay, this one is just popping up now. CRVS, CRVS. However, look left. I see, yeah, I just see too much resistance. If it can find its way to get through 440 or so, then it's got a shot, I think. So I'm just going to stick an alert right around that 444 mark. See if it ticks it out. You can just kind of see. Look. I mean, there's two highs right there. Lizi, guys, just ripping here. Lizi. All right, guys. So there's only one. There's only one AI that I kind of focusing on. Again, I like the ones under 20. Lizi, guys, just continues the surge here. And I'm not ever telling people what to buy. Okay, I'm just sort of pointing out. Excuse me, pointing out opportunities. Sorry. Absolutely right. Got a bit of a coughing. Got some stuff going on. I'm just saying, look at Rave here, guys. 124 looking left. Okay, that's the next high looking left on the daily chart. Takes that out, then look left, way up here, 236. Again, I'm not saying it's going to, even if it takes this out, I'm not saying it's going to get up here, but there's an opportunity. And it's a low float, 17 million in the float. And here's another one. Here's another low float, or sorry, not a low float, but a big short float percent. AKTS, and it's almost it's funny, it's almost an all-time high. I wonder why so many people are piling into to short this. Almost an all-time high. Right there around 18 is an all-time high for this one, AKTS. Yeah, I'm seeing this a lot now. These flyers not holding their gains at all. Well, I mean, there's obviously going to be a few, but in general, just not holding their gains. I mean, look at GSM. We got all the way up to 440, 450 or so. Dropped a dollar. I mean, these are big percentage moves. Man, AG continues down. There was a bit of a pull up here, but it is still looking good. 1751 on the alert, so it's almost a dollar. All these silver, all these precious. Well, I don't know if this was a gold play, I believe, but you know, all these plays from yesterday, the silver plays. But they had already started. You can see right here. I mean, look at AG as an example. I mean, it got as high as 24.04, closed down here. So the sell-off was already continuing on most of those silver plays anyway. Boy, look at this. Look at. I know I shouldn't do this, but look at Stantec, STN. Wow. It doesn't trade very much in the U.S. exchange, but wow. All right, now this one. Look at NMRK. It's not a low float, 151 million in the float, but man, look at this. What's the high over here? Is 705. So it's way above these highs. I mean, look at the room this NMRK has. Well, the stuff that we're looking at is selling off, that's for sure. But the SPY keeps lifting, so it's obviously the larger caps. You know, tech. But the stuff that we're looking at, yeah, I mean, it is selling off for sure. Except for Lizzie, Lizi. But NMRK, guys, I mean, this has a real shot. I mean, this is ugly looking daily chart. Ugly, 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 but it's trying to break out now. Where are they out of? Okay, so the U.S. company. It's a big float, 151 million in the float. Well, the Anderson household has a few shares, yes, of Stantec. Yeah, it's my wife's company. They've got the employee stock plan, so yes. It is awesome. It is awesome, I have to tell you. Yeah, let's see. Now take a look left on that monthly chart for Lizzie. 591 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart, okay? That is the next high, and that'll probably be the same on the weekly chart. Yep, 591 right here. So it has a little bit of room left, a little bit of room. That is correct, Lily, yes. All right, guys. So just keep an eye on this one. I mean, this is again this NMRK. I don't know the reason for the reports acquisition of. So they've announced an acquisition of some sort, I believe. Okay. Oh boy. Well, William, you'd be proud of me. I think you'd be proud of me. Yes, EYPT. EYPT. Not right at the top, but I always say, give me the middle two thirds. But I just love the way, fading back towards the financing price. I just thought it was too exuberant. Financing at 11, and once it started stalling up there, okay, guys, rave is just at that level. So, it's so extended, unfortunately, on the 15-minute chart. But, it's just took out that little high there, 124, not by much. I'd love to see it pause a bit. Just pause a bit. I may not. I mean, it just may keep going. I like to see it pause a little bit, though. Yeah, it's just gonna. It looks like it's gonna keep going. Another little one, AS. This looks like rave. I mean, look at the room. Okay, let's look left on that weekly chart. We have 285. Man, oh man. I mean, this has got a ton of room too. ASLN. Look at this little break here. This is today. I mean, it's a weekly chart, but this is basically today. And again, look left. What do you see? 850. I mean, wow. I'm not saying it's going to get there. Understand, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but when you see a chart like this, you have to start to, very technical term, you have to start to salivate a bit because look at the room it's got to run if it wants to. again, it's a chase right now. What you want to see, what I like to see, is just a little bit of a base. Pause a bit right around here, and then boom, explode on some volume. I mean, I get that. I mean, it may not happen like that. That's the problem. Wow, I'm sorry, guys. Of course, I'm converting this to Canadian dollars. This is too bad. I wish this traded more in the U.S. You guys could partake. Yeah, see, I'm not getting my wish here, guys. I'm just not. It look at it. Look at it go now. I just have a tough time chasing. I just have, well, a tough time chasing. I just don't want to do it. But sometimes they just go without me. ASLN. Let's take a look at Rave. Let's see if it. I see your comments, Ija. But let's see. Now, let's see if this one can base just a little bit here. It popped up to 132, base a little bit here, and then start to move. HOL was a big mover in the pre-market, but it really pulled back a lot. Got as high as 1864, all the way down to 13 something. I know they had some news. I guess they've basically identified their merger. It's an EV, I believe. Astra. Oh, no. Rockets, small rockets. Okay, a startup that makes small rockets to send satellites into orbit. All right, so it's not an EV play. So far, only the one alert from my options, and I did not like it at all. So hence, I did not take it. All right, guys. Well, another fast and furious morning. Market continues. I mean, this has been a look at the SPY, guys. I mean, so we had the pre-market action right there. So we had a gap up already in the SPY, and we've had now a steady almost an hour, another 5 minutes for this one to close. Almost steady right up. Look at this, up 500, 174 in the NAS, 60 on the SPY. Remember these days right here? Remember 2 days ago? It was all over. All over. Market's going down. Market crash. Look out. Yeah, I'm doing the same. I mean, some days we'll get, I hope you didn't take that AEZS because it didn't look good. Just because, I say it all the time. Just because we get an alert from my watch list or from the normal options, you have to take a look at the chart to see what it looks like. Now, had all this not been here, had it been more 45 down, that probably would have worked a bit, but too much resistance. Look at LIZI, guys. If you took that one, remember, whoops, LIZI, sorry. There's the next high looking left, so you're getting very close to it. It's funny. It's not a super low float, 33 million. Not certainly not big, but it's not super low. All right, guys. First of all, let's give a big welcome to anybody who's new to the room today. Welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. And if you have, I'm going to put my link into the room, my homepage link. All right, Fred, I'll bet you any money it doesn't trade very much. All right, so I just put my homepage link in here, right here. Here's my homepage. So if you click on that link, there's lots of good stuff here, including, whoops, how to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. So you can use a promo code Barry4Alpha for 15% off, okay, the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas, show you how much Trade Ideas will cost you. So we have 4 plans. We have an annual for premium and standard. And the premium is $22.68 a year minus that 15%. The standard is $10.68 a year minus that 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. Okay, that's the main reason why people will take our premium service. There are other differences, but that is the main reason. The AI looks something like this. It gives, they have an entry, you have a stop, and basically you manage the trades. You can see we've got some nice ones already today. And I'm going to go over that in a little bit. You don't have to take on an annual plan. If you want to go monthly, that's okay. $118 for the standard, $228 for the premium. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only, okay? After that, it'll go to these 2 prices. Trade of the week. You can sign up for the Trade of the Week. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a recap, what happened in the room. I usually do it around 1 o'clock. You can sign up for them all right there. All the scans that I'm sharing. People ask me, what do I use in the pre-market? I use these 4 in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down, pre-market up, pre-market down. I use these 4 in the pre-market. And of course, I have a lot of other scans that I'm sharing, including, I love this one, moving higher with unusually strong options. I love this one. Education link. We have a lot. Look at LIZI, guys, that's 6 now. There's always one that you say, I should have chased that one, There's always one. And that was the one. Okay, so in education, right here, the education links. Okay, one of them is called the 20 lessons. I've put that into the room on its own, the 20 lessons. I really think it's a great primer for anybody who is brand new to Trade Ideas, or if you're thinking about getting Trade Ideas, so you can see what we have to offer. But what is a top list, building one, an alert window, etc., etc. Okay? So I think it's very, very important that if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, take a look at this. Daily support session. So there is a YouTube room that I monitor at the same time as this main room. I monitor it between 9 and noon. At noon, when I take a break, one of the other traders takes over. And today, I believe it is Steve Gomez. He's the originator of the Trades of the Week. So you can head over there. I'll put the link in before I take my break at noon. Of course, here is the free trading room. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. Education videos. And some ebooks that we created. So a lot of information you can get from my homepage. Okay? Now I'm going to go over the AI in Brokerage Plus. We do scan I'm actually Canadian, LV. We do scan the Canadian markets. You just have to, bit of a caveat, we don't have charts for Canadian markets, okay? But typically anyway, when you can link, I don't know who your Canadian broker is, but you can link with your Canadian broker so you can bring up your Canadian charts there. But yeah, we can scan the Canadian market. You just have to pick the exchanges right there, TSX and TSX Venture, okay? All right, let me talk a little bit about what the AI is all about. We have what we call 50 baseline Questrade. Yeah, we link with Questrade. Yeah, no problem. We have 50 what we call baseline strategies. And once the market closes, the AI gets to work with an optimization routine to optimize those 50 baseline strategies. That's what happened last night once the market closed, and these out of the 50 are the ones that made the cut. Okay? They had some longs, have some shorts. Why they made the cut? Well, they had the right profit factor, win percentage combination, some other factors also. So that's why they made the cut. What I would do is to watch the ones, the alerts that you're going to get. Make it easy on yourself. Just click on New and the AI/Holly strategy trades window. If you do that, this is the window, and just wait for the alerts to happen. All right, you have an entry. You don't have to get right in. I didn't get in at 1751. I wanted to see how it traded a bit, but you have an entry and you have a stop. Up to you to manage the trades. Okay. And this window, once you have it open, you can incorporate it as part of your layout. And there are no videos on how to use the AI. I mean, the AI can be used in many different ways. I mean, I use it as a watch list. I mean, I like to see the ones that are up the most, follow them all day. Sometimes you get different entry points during the day. Well, I guess LIZI is a winner. Man. No pullback at all. Look at that 15-minute chart. Straight up. I don't even see any news on it. Other than lawsuits. Well, it was from my basic new highs, 498. Also, I don't know, it probably was earlier in the momentum up. I can't tell you when. Because the way I've got this organized, it's only going to show me the last time it made a high. So I don't know when the first time it made a high out of this window. But certainly here, 498. No, it wasn't. No, it's not optionable, Mark. It's not an optionable. See, no options. So let's talk a little bit of what Trade Ideas is. We are a scanner, okay? That is what we are. We scan, and you can create your own setups, okay? Ideas, if you will. This is what I've got right here, the basic new highs and lows. Very simple. It's a very simple one, but it definitely typically gives you the big movers of the day. So what you start off with, you create some filters. Here's a price range that I like, 1 in 20. Of course, if you take this scan, I'm sharing it, you can always adjust the price range if you don't like that price range. Excuse me. The current volume, so it's trading at least 4 times normal. 400,000 shares minimum. So if all these filters are met and the stock makes a new high or new low, we get a real-time alert. That's what it is scanning for. Now, just because we get an alert, of course, doesn't mean you take the trade. These are ideas. It's in the works, Ija. Yeah, it's in the works. I don't know when that's going to happen. The country filter, yeah. It's in the works, but I cannot tell you when that's going to happen. So, of course, you can create your own scanning ideas. What we did is we said, instead of forcing people to learn a programming language, we created a lot of alerts. These are all the alerts. And then when you get to these icons down here, these are all the filters. So hopefully, there's enough filters and alerts that we created that you can create a combination of them, so you can create your own scans if that's what you want to do. So we do not force you to learn a programming language. Okay, so Mike, if you click on my homepage link, just give me a moment here. Okay, if you click my homepage link right there, and you'll see this is the window that'll pop, or my homepage will pop up, and just click here where it says Barry Scans, okay? And here they are. I do not, Ryan, no, I do not. I really like, I just have a personal preference. Yeah, no, I do not, no. Now, again, I just want to emphasize this point. We are a scanner, okay? So it doesn't matter what brokerage platform you have, because we get the question all the time, well, does it work with this platform? Here's my broker. Does Trade Ideas work with it? Well, we're a scanner, so it doesn't matter what platform you have. At the very worst, what you'd have to do if you get an alert, you'd have to type it into your order entry, okay? Now, we do have a nifty little tool called external linking from our toolbar. Now again, this is only available if you're using the app. It's not available on the web-based version. So the external linking, what that does is it's a big time saver. I say we link with many brokerage platforms, and so what that means is if you've established the link, you click on an alert within Trade Ideas, and then it'll load into your order entry in your brokerage platform. From there, you can trade it. Okay. Why would you do that? Well, it's just a time saver. If you're like me, I'm clicking on a lot of alerts all day long. It's just a time saver. It's not mandatory, but it is a nice time saver. Now, what you see here is a window that we call Brokerage Plus. Again, you see the Brokerage Plus option right here. Again, only available if you're using the app, not the web-based version. So we do happen to have a special arrangement with Interactive Brokers. We're looking to add other brokerages, but right now, okay, I'll do that in 1 second, G. Okay, so just a quick GI. Are you using Gmail? Because what we're finding is that a lot of them are going into your promotions. Okay, so check your promotions, okay? Obviously check spam and then promotions and see if it's there, okay? Do you have to have a subscription in order to use the scanners? Yes, this is not free. Okay, I will quickly, so you're talking about the buy and sell that you see in a chart behavior? Sometimes you see a flag and it says buy and sell. See if I can find one. Those were just previous. Okay, well, then they're talking about this. They're talking about the entry and a stop price, okay? That's what they're talking about with the AI. So, when you get an AI alert, It's just automatic, okay? If you load, say, Trade Ideas at 9 o'clock, and you have this window open, it'll be blank, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. You have an entry, you have a stop, okay? Not on my homepage. What I've done, Jim, is you can pick and choose the scans that you want, okay? So if you go to my homepage and go to scans, you can pick and choose the scans that you want. Yeah, I make you guys work just a little bit. The reason I do it that way is because, not everybody wants, my home page, but some of the scans that I've got might appeal to you. And hopefully I've named them in a way in which they kind of make sense. All right, so Mike, if you watch that video, it'll show you exactly how to do all that. Okay, it's about a 25-minute long video. Just pick the IB part, okay? And it's going to show you how to do it. Just give me a moment, please. I'll be right back, okay? Okay, sorry about that, guys. So yes, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, then you can actually use this window right here. Okay. I'm glad. So, nice to hear that I've solved your issues. Okay, one more moment, please. All right, guys, sorry about that. Where was I? Oh, yeah, so Brokerage Plus. So you can actually then, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can actually use this window right here to trade your Interactive Brokers account. And again, I have popped that video in a couple of times, or that link into the video that shows you how to do that, okay? And you have to watch it. It's about 25 minutes long, but it goes over all the ins and outs. You'll notice here, you just click on live once you've all set it up, and then you can trade your Interactive Brokers account from this window. So why would you want to do that? Well, you can do things like this. let's say I click on an alert, I see TTI, I think, yeah, I'd like to trade that. I've checked the chart, I can go back, hover over that trade TTI. Let me just do one thing here. Okay, go back, and you can set up your own buying and shorting ways in which you want to trade. Okay, what we call one-click trading, and you set these up ahead of time, of course. And how to do it, you have to watch that video. Okay, so that is one reason why it's very cool to be able to do that. Set up your own one-click trading. Man, oh man, AMC and cost just crashing. So that is how you can use this window. These are hotkeys also. If you got into a trade, you can flatten your trade. That gets you out of half your trade, or you could double your trade, okay? So again, you can use this window called Brokerage Plus in order to trade your Interactive Brokers account. Now we're looking to add, we were hoping to have TDA and E-Trade up and running now, but we've found some bugs, that we have to absolutely make sure they're not present when we unleash it. So that's why they're not available yet. We were really hoping they would be. Okay, I'm just trying to answer a question in our YouTube room. I don't understand the question. You're putting together a scanner. There are filters that have no numbers in it. This filter still working. I don't understand what you mean exactly. I mean, when you put together a scanner, and yeah, I mean, there'll be, if it's brand new, there'll be no numbers. There'll be no, oh, SNOA. You put snow, Fred. You put SNOW. That's why I was surprised, because that's an expensive one. You're talking SONA. Yeah, it must be good news for aluminum. Check out AA and CENX. Must be something happening. Something about these are tariffs on United Arab Emirates. Okay, commends President Biden's action to maintain Section 232 tariffs on the UAE. So, I don't know what you mean exactly when you say there are no numbers in it. You have to fill in your. I mean, that's the whole idea of the filters. You create the range, say, of a price range that you want, or a minimum volume that you want, things like that. So I'm not sure I completely understand your question. Does it work with, yes, it does. How it works, I can't tell you exactly. But you say you can't hear me. So how am I going to, hard for me to help you. Give me a moment here. I'm just going to put the homepage link in. There you go. Okay. Okay. Now the other big use of Brokerage Plus is as a simulator. Okay. So say it every day. If you're new to trading, please, before you commit money to the market, practice trading. Practice. Okay. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. Okay, it uses our real-time data. So before you commit money, I know it's exciting. You've funded your account. You want to get rolling immediately. Don't do it. I'm just going to tell you, don't do it. Practice trading first, and all you have to do is click on where it says Sim, and again, only available in our app. If you're using our web-based version, it is not available. So let's just say I want to take this trade right now, HOL, okay? Or I always like to start off on a pullback. So let's just say I wanted to take this trade on a pullback to say 1468. Okay, I'm watching, don't want to take it right now. I say, yeah, if it hits this level, I want to take that trade. So I pick how many shares I want. Let's go 300 shares. And the level will say right at the bottom of that 15-minute candle. So I'm going to type 1475 in twice. Oops. Okay, so we've got we've got it typed in twice. I click buy, and so there is a line that will appear right on the chart, that dark blue line. If it goes down to 1475, it'll take the trade. You will see that that dark blue line will fade to a faded blue line, okay? I don't know if he's around. Usually shows up later on. Okay, so that's how you can do it on a conditional buy below the price on a pullback. You can also do it, of course, if you thought above the current price. If it took out a certain level, maybe a resistance area you thought was resistance, and you want to take the trade, you can do the same thing, just put the price above in both boxes, okay? Now, we can take a trade. Let's take a trade right off the bat. Now, would I take this trade? Probably not, but I just want to show you how to take a trade. Okay, we're going to take this trade, AREC. And I'm going to take 300 shares. The spread is a penny. Again, I'm just showing you how you can do it. Click on buy, and so it took the trade. 300 shares at $3.99. I went in at the market because the spread was only a penny, so that's not a big deal. Now, we always talk about stops. Nothing wrong with my IB. So we always talk about stops, okay? When you get into a trade, you have to know where you're going to get out if it doesn't work for you, okay? And it's so important, especially if you're new to trading, to realize that, I mean, it should be obvious, but sometimes it isn't. Not every trade is going to work. And so if it doesn't work, get out of the trade with a manageable loss and move on. So the first thing is, okay, you have to figure out where you're going to get out. Now, this is going to require some chart experience, looking at areas on the chart that look like there's some support. And if it broke down through that support area, then you should be out of the trade. So this is actually pretty good. I'm going to put let's just say 379. 379 is, oh, look what happened. HOL, see what happened? It moved down to the price. It moved down to the price and it took the trade. Now, if I want to get out of it, if I don't like it anymore, I can just flatten it. Okay, but see what happened. Remember, I set it up so it would take it on a pullback to 1476, and that's what happened. Remember that line was dark blue. Now it's a light blue. So that's how that happened. Now the stop. I'm going to put the stop at 379. Okay. Just a minute. Whoops, sorry about that. I got ahead of myself here. The stop is, I'm sorry, add the stop order here. What was I doing? 379. Okay, I'm going to add it. You're going to see right on the chart, it's going to show up. Okay, right there. See that red line? So if it goes down to 379, it'll take me out for a $58 loss based on the number of shares I bought. Okay, now, when you have a stop, and I chose 20 cents. It makes the math easy, but 20 cents away wouldn't be too bad. I'm looking at that 2-minute chart. It wouldn't be the worst stop in the world. I chose 20 cents because I want to make the math easy. So the other thing is, so we talk about, okay, you have to know where your stop is, on like what price you're going to get out at, and then that will help you share size. Don't go into, you shouldn't be going into, well, I'm going to take 500 shares every trade or 200 shares every trade. In my opinion anyway, it should be based on the difference between your entry and your stop. So in this particular case, it was 20 cents. So if you think you can afford, say, risking $100 a trade, you could have taken 500 shares. 500 times 20 cents equals $100. Or the reverse, if you divided 20 cents into 100, you'd get 500 shares. Okay? So if you're new to trading, please really get used to that idea that not every trade is going to work. And you have to have a place where you're going to get out. And now I guarantee you, even though you might, all the best intentions in the world, you've put your stop at 379, it starts to move down to 379, and you start thinking to yourself, well, really, I'm looking at the chart now and really should have been down here at 350. So you start moving your stop down. Now your $100, had you bought 500 shares, excuse me, your $100 risk is now maybe turning into 150 or 200. And it keeps moving down. And it gets down to the new area that you've decided should be the stop. You can see what's happening. You refuse to obey your stop because you can't believe you're wrong in the trade. And so now your $100 loss may turn into $300, $400, $500. And finally, as the sweat pours down, you get out of the trade, and we've all done it. Okay, we've all done it. So this is a great, great way to take all that emotion out of it. You put your stop in. If it hits, you're out. Commissions are so cheap, even if you have to pay half a cent a share with Interactive Brokers. They're so cheap that sometimes you could just be early. You could be early in getting into a trade, and maybe the setup happens again, and you can just get back into it. Okay, so it's so important to realize that you have to have it's money management. That's really what it's all about. Okay, just give me a moment here. Just got to get some water. How did I miss the Cenex? CENX. Oh man, I missed it from my my options play. Where do you see the spread? Your broker. I mean, that's my standard answer. Your broker has all that information. So for instance, with Interactive Brokers, here it is. There's your spread. This is time and sales. Tells me how fast everything is trading, and here's my spread. Okay. And all brokers have something like that. And I heard OSS, ringing over and over again. What did it do? 533. Yeah, you go, wow, what a move. Look at the volume that came in. I bet you this is a low float. Yes, one stop. So this somebody asked me this in the pre-market. What did I think about it? And it was drifting down, 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 down. Now it's starting to pick up, and it is a low float. But what I was mentioning is that look at the two spike highs in the pre-market. Not a lot of confidence. 740, and it gets all the way down to 420. That's a huge percentage drop. But it looks like it is trying to move. And I didn't even realize it. It was an AI alert. I didn't even realize it. Wow, what a great alert. 483, 560 now. And, don't get so hung up if you couldn't get it right at 483. A lot of people get so hung up. If it's a fast-moving stock, no matter what you do, you're not going to be able to get it maybe right at the penny. Oh, guys, I mean, this SLM, it's pretty extended on that monthly chart, but you can just see, this is from the options play, 1475. Now, I don't know what's going to happen today with this, but I have to put an alert just over 15 for SLM. So that blue arrow, that up arrow, as an example, Jones, that one right there, what that means is it's just showing the candle in which the alert happened. Okay, that's all it's sharing. So on the 2-minute chart, there's the candle. So when I click on SLM, 1475 was the alert. So on the 2-minute chart, there it is. On the 15-minute chart, there it is. On the 5-minute chart, there it is. Okay, that's what the blue arrow designates. Nothing more. It's not saying, it's not taking a trade or anything like that. What's nice about it is that you can go back in time and you can see, okay, you see previous blue arrows. You see, well, what did it do since then? I don't think too many people bought, I thought you meant 500 shares. I don't think very many people in this room anyway. Boy, the market is just super strong. We haven't had a pullback yet on the 5-minute chart. Look at this. Big gap up, pre-market. Straight up so far. Can always count on you, Fred, to show me the ones that don't trade. All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching this SLM. It's not a, it's a big float. Okay, so what I see, I see AGEN is appearing on my momentum scanner. I would absolutely have to wait. I mean, look at all the highs right around that 455 mark or so. So I want to put an alert maybe there. I think that's the same thing you're talking about, Fred. All right, so well, I watch the spy. Oh yes, I always the question is, do I watch the spy for my overall market? Yes, yes. That's my market indicator. What's happening in the overall market? I'm always watching the spy. That's why I have this window here. Now, a lot of the things that we do are what we call alpha stocks, and they're not so dependent on what the market's doing. Always nice to have the market on your side if you're going long, of course, but a lot of the things that we do, they're the alpha stocks that really don't care what the market's doing. Well, for me, for SLM, I'm sort of a proponent of these whole number breaks. 15 to me is a very important, is a psychological number. I mean, it's already had a tremendous run. I guess not tremendous. I mean, listen, any other portfolio, you would take 100% increase. We're so used to, over what, 7 months? I mean, that's basically what it's done. But I mean, look what could happen. I mean, if it takes out 15 later, I mean, it still has room. I'm not saying it's going to get there. Okay, you're using the pre-made scanners. You're learning. Okay, let's say. Okay, so if there's nothing, if you're looking, I'm trying to answer somebody in our YouTube room, saying an alert configuration window. Well, if there's nothing filled into price, I mean, you can fill in what you want. You don't have to, I guess, but typically, usually I like to anyway. I might have I have a certain price range that I like to trade, but so it's not going to fill in the price automatically. So I'm trying to understand exactly what you mean here. So if you look at, I'm just okay. Let me take a look at this one as an example. Okay, so I've got a price of 1 to 20. So that's what I put in. I mean, that's typically what you want to do. You want to start off with your filters, maybe take a look at a price range that you like. But if this is blank, I mean, nothing's going to fill in automatically, if that's what you mean. I mean, and you can alter it though. If you're clicking and you click on the summary and you see a price range and you click on the icon, you see a price range. Of course, you can adjust it. Okay, so Mustafa, I am sharing a lot of my scans right here, okay? You can kind of pick and choose which ones you want. And welcome. So you can kind of pick and choose which ones, which ones you want. Sorry, I should have just, all you have to do is from my homepage. There, I got it here. All right, well, you want to know what a block trade is, so here's what you can do. You search. I'll show you how we have, and you click on block trade, okay, and then click on help, and it'll tell you exactly. And I can tell you, but I want to show you how you can do these sort of things, not just for block trade, but for other. So, for instance, if you click on the help, and it's going to tell you exactly what a block trade is all about, okay. All right, so CENX, unfortunately, I missed my alert, my my favorite window. I missed the alert. I don't want to chase it. 10:36 though, and I mean it has some room still. So what I'm kind of waiting for, maybe a break, another break, has some room. And looking left on that daily chart to 1124, and then up here to 1150. And then the fantasy right up here. Yeah, you can add, that's the whole idea, RI. You can add, this is what I've done here. I've created my own. First of all, I think what you should do, I don't know if you've done this yet, but take a look at the 20 short lessons, okay? It covers most of all those questions. Okay? Just take the time, the 20 short lessons, and where it talks about top lists and how to create them, alert windows, and how to create them, okay? That'll cover that. But yes, that's the whole idea of trade ideas. You can create your own idea, using filters with your own filter values. I think this has to get through the 450 level though, right? Or right up here, 455, yes. And then, then it can maybe has a shot to 5. Yeah, just take the time, I think it'll solve a lot of the questions that you have. Just take the time to take a look at creating top lists and creating alert windows, okay? Senex came from my options play, unusually high option. Okay, that's where it came from. Again, it's one of the scans I'm sharing. I'm ticked. I'm not in it. I don't know what I was doing at 10:45 because that's when the alert happened. So again, Stan, from my homepage, it's called Moving Higher with Unusually Strong Options. Okay, guys, so notice that remember I put a stop in for AREC and it took me out. This is in the simulator. I put the stop in. See how that happened? Remember that was a dark red line? And so no motions, no motions. It took me out of the trade. Are you talking about me personally? The company is well, we're all over the United States, but I mean, I suppose San Diego area. That's where most of the people. Yes, I live in Vancouver. Okay, I see we have a SPAC that just opened, THMAU, another one of them, added to the SPAC list. My pleasure. THMAU, THMAU, added to the, I don't know how many we've got in that list now, so many. No, they're not. They're not going to leave California. No way. Anyway, you guys, that's not me. Morning. Welcome to the room, Cam. How did Alcoa do? I'm sure Alcoa probably popped up along with CENX. But look at Alcoa, CENX. It's interesting. CENX reacted way strongly, way more strongly to that United Arab Emirate tariff regarding aluminum. Maybe they do a lot of business there. I don't know. Rainy Vancouver. Welcome, welcome, Rick. Yeah, the room on, yeah, I mean, this is got a lot of room still. It's interesting, though, to me anyway, that Alcoa is not following suit at all. I mean, it's only up 2%. CENX looked like it was up almost 10%. GME is halted, yes. Yeah, I don't use MACD at all, Slow. So I have, in in my vast experience, I don't use very many. I don't really use too many indicators. So MACD is one I've never used. So I have no commentary whatsoever. Chip. Okay, are you not available with your subscription? I'm gonna have to send you to our tech support. I know you're in tech support in this room here, but you know I have limited knowledge about something like that. What I would do is I would go. So you're using our app, right? So you have a toolbar. I'm talking to you, Chip. You have a toolbar that looks like this, and Brokerage Plus. Just want to make sure. So Chip, can you hear me? Okay, so and do you have a green ball that shows that you're connected? Okay. Now when you say not connected, when you click on sim, like the simulator, the box does not pop up. Is that what you mean? Because that's pretty bizarre because it's just part of our standard service. I mean, it's not a special. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna have to send you. I don't know what's happening with your account. I'm gonna have to send you to our homepage. Okay, and start a live discussion. So all your windows are blank. Ah, okay. And yet you do have a green ball. Okay, I think I know what's happened. You've had it since January 10th, and is this the first day that this is not working? Well, okay. I thought I had it solved. I thought maybe you hadn't filled in your the license agreements or something, but you say you've had it since the 10th. Okay, I'm going to, but you have a green ball, so I mean it's saying that you're connected. Okay, I'm going to have to send you to our homepage. Okay, and when you click on the homepage link, you're going to see an area where you can start a live discussion, and give them the email address. Give them the email address that you signed up, that you used to sign up for Trade Ideas, so they can look at your account to find out what's going on. I don't have access to that, so I can't help you. Yeah, Robert, I don't have an answer for that. I mean, the question is when will TDA be added so that you can use Brokers Plus with TDA and also E-Trade. There's no definite date anymore. I mean, we were thought, actually a couple of weeks ago, but we're just finding some bugs, and until those bugs are completely resolved, we cannot release it. So I have no, I can't say next week or anything like that. Just have to wait. Link to my page is here. Yeah, slow buy. When I first started trading, I had every indicator known to man on my charts because that's what I was told. You need to have everything. And I got so confused that eventually I just started eliminating them one by one by one by one. I mean, I'll be honest. The indicator that I'll always have the 200-day moving average. I do have some other, but the problem is moderating a room like this. It's hard. I'd be paying a little more attention to these crosses, the 80 EMA crossing the 20 SMA, things like that. But I just don't have the time. But if I were, completely focused on maybe a chart, I'd be looking at things like that. But that's about it. Yeah, it's even if I saw your image, Chip, I can't help you. I just can't help you. I don't know why that's happening. The fact you're getting no data, not just that, it somehow, and you have a green ball, meaning you're connected. That's a little bit bizarre. So I just have no idea why that's happening. So Mustafa, are you talking about this window here? The one that looks all green right now? Are you talking about what is that window? So, so Mustafa, are you asking about what that window? Okay, so, okay, I'll go over this. The question was, what is this window? What is this window? Now, in the development meeting yesterday, we were trying to make we're trying to make this a lot more relevant. I mean, it's not bad right now, but I think that what happens is, well, first of all, let me explain. From the single stock window, if you click on similar, okay, what's supposed to happen is that, for instance, Alcoa, so you should see similar. Now, obviously CE and X is similar. Maybe, GSM is maybe similar. These are companies that should be similar. So when you click on it, if I click on MBRX as an example, I'll see companies that are similar. So if I click on the competitors, that's what I'm seeing. The problem is sometimes our classification can give you some kind of bizarre results. I mean, I could click on Macy's and see stocks that are biotech as an example. I mean, that's an exaggeration. That may not happen, but what we're trying to do is tighten things up so that when we get when you're looking at competitors, they truly are competitors. But that, it's not bad. I mean, it's not bad the way it is right now, but that's what that window is. Okay, so for instance, yesterday, well, not yesterday, but let's just say, for instance, you wanted to see now pharmaceutical preparation manufacturing. That is the sector. So if you wanted to concentrate on that all day long, then all you have to do is right click on that window and you pop it out. And now it becomes a top list. All right. Now you can follow that sector all day long. You can make adjustments to it just like any other top list. If you want to, get a price range that you want, a minimum volume, and sort of customize it, and then you can follow that sector all day long. So if you think there's a hot sector that you want to follow, that's how you can do it. And of course, you can turn that into an alert window too if you want. So does that answer your question? So similar sector, yeah, similar. Competitors, in other words, these are competitors. Oh, that's what you're trying to tell me. Okay, let me see. So this is what you should have seen. And then you should see, I don't know, sometimes it takes a little bit long to load it, but you should see something that, it's not really a pop-up. It just says live discussion, start a live discussion. There, right there, questions and answers, okay? You should have seen that, questions and answers, when you click on that homepage link. Just maybe give it a moment. Oh, I see. Okay, I don't know how to help you then. You're going to have to wait then, sending the message. I see what you're saying. Just give it a moment then. Maybe try it again. I'm seeing that somebody tried to get a hold of you, so. Well, that was the help bot. You might just have to try it again. Sorry about that. Yeah, just try it again. At the very least, info@trade-ideas.com, okay? Usually that chat is a little faster, that's all. I wish I could help you. I just can't. I just don't have access to your account. Just a moment, please. Yeah, I mean, it's halted. You're right. It's halted going up. And guys, if you please don't ask me how to trade this or costs or any of the other ones. You're on your own. You know, I know you're not asking me, Moff, but I mean, just in general, what's your opinion? What's my opinion? I have no opinion. These are just highly, highly, highly emotional. Guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I am now back. And I'm just looking. Okay, so GME just got unhalted and on the way down now. Anyway, guys, I don't want to dwell too much on that. All right, so SCYX has a little bit of room, I think. Yeah. So the next high looking left on the daily is around 920. So it's had a nice little pop. It's probably is a low float. Yeah, 19 million in the float. Yeah, I have an alert set up here for this one. It's not that dynamic, is it? NMRK. I mean, it is really, traded in a pretty tight range since the initial move. Now, again, I mentioned this one before. Of course, it does have some room. For sure, it's got room. No, not touching it. Plus, it's not, as we all know, not shortable. These are not, boy, we've seen some charts, pretty interesting looking charts today. Look at MRC, so if you look left on that weekly chart, 826 is the high. So, I mean, look at the room this MRC has also. Again, if you're wondering when I say look at the room, I'm not sure about that. Yeah, 826, and then the high over here is 920. So, excuse me. I'm always looking at these higher time frames, you know, the weekly and the monthly chart. You know, they're already, and the daily chart too, but the weekly and the monthly can really tell a great story where a stock could go. You know, most of the things that I'm looking at are already making new highs for the day, so I'm not having to worry about intraday resistance. So now it's a matter of looking left on a monthly chart and a weekly chart just to see how, like, okay, great, you're here. Where could you go until you encounter chart resistance? And so that's, you know, so I mean, I look here. So that's why I'm always looking left. You'll hear me say all the time, look left, look left, look left. All right, guys. Well, this is starting to move a little bit now. And again, I'm not going to tell you to take this trade. All right. I mean, I've sort of laid it out. You know, NMRK. It looks interesting. It has the room. You know, if it meets your trading style, your plan, if you have one. ARLP. ARLP. Yeah, I mean, obviously he's got a lot of room to run. So the high, excuse me, today's high. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously, yeah, it's got a lot of room. So you've answered your own question. There's always one miserable person in the room. I'm kidding you, William. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding you. All right, guys. So getting close on my break. I'll be taking my break in about 15 minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop the YouTube link into the room. If you want to head over there, Steve will be there. I'm pretty sure it's Steve today. And he'll show up around noon in the YouTube room, okay? And he'll be there for about an hour. So while I'm on, I only take a half-hour break, but he will be there for about an hour. I'm gonna make sure it is him today. Okay, just a minute, please. Okay. Okay. Wow, look at CRMD going here, guys. Look at this one going. Again, look at the, well, look at the room on the monthly chart, and it has some room. Okay, so trying to import a watch list. I've uploaded. Okay, so you've got your symbol list. You've created a top list. Okay, so you attached it to the top list window? Have you attached it? Yeah, there are two rooms, LV. Okay, this is what I call the main room. Okay, and then you're in the YouTube room. This room is a little more robust. There are more traders in here and all. You have to, okay, for instance, configure and then click on symbol lists, okay? And in this, you should have something like only the following list. You should have a check mark. And it should say only the following lists. Not so much an important, so you added the list and it's over in this left-hand column. Now, the other thing is, do you have any filters in your top list window that's preventing preventing you from seeing the stock? Yeah, so LV, I'll answer your question, Aija, also. Just give me a moment here. So this is the link to the main room, LV. Check the filters, yeah, because you might have some filters that are just not showing that, preventing your stocks from being shown. And let me answer your question, Aija. Aija. Just a minute. There we go. Don't you have this? Don't you have this link, Aija? No, I'll give it to you, but I mean, but it's right here. I mean, it's hi. What? Where are you here? Hi underscore 52 weeks. Okay, and then just low underscore. But that link, all the filter, all the values or the data points are in that link. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube feed. Yeah, check the filters, okay? That's the only way. If you've done everything, if you right click, configure, symbols, symbol list, and you have got that checked 100%, then it will mean it is attached, and then it's a matter of then maybe you've got filters in there that are blocking. So Chris, do you have filters in that top list? The problem is I would ask you to share the window, but the problem is your symbol list is unique to your account, so it would not come over. Okay, well that might be it. The relative volume might be blocking it, depending on what you're using. Well, I mean, price shouldn't be a big deal, but get rid of the relative volume and see if it populates. But that might be it. There's usually always a logical reason, and that sounds like that's the reason. All right, guys. Yeah, remember this one, ASLN. Look at the big pop and then the fade. Okay, guys. So I'm getting set to take my break. Just waiting for Steve to show up. I'll tell you what, Chris. Do me a favor. Give me the link, and I'll put a symbol list in myself and see if it populates. Okay. So if you give me the link right now to your top list window, and let me just see what you've got there, okay? You know how to do that? Give me the cloud link. Okay. And that's just one window, right? It's not a layout. Okay. Okay, so do me a favor and do a different sort. Sort on price. Just. I mean, it shouldn't matter, but sort on the price, okay? But you can see right now, I added a symbol list, and I'm getting alerts in here. Yeah, so I don't know what's happening because I'm adding symbol lists in here, and I've got no problem. The only other thing I can do, the only other th- was that it? Was that the reason? Taking it off relative volume on the sort? The other thing is give me one symbol from that symbol list, okay? So if you go into File, and sorry, go to Tools, Symbol Lists, and find it. You have to see it here and check, find it. If it says 0, then you haven't imported your symbols correctly, obviously. Maybe you created the name. Okay, well, give me one symbol out of it. So when you say, can you link a Ameritrade account to the AI? Okay, let me, because this is what I want to do. I'm racing against the. There it is. There it is. Yes, you can, Rafiq. Yes, you can. That's bizarre. I'm not sure why. You're 100% sure that your symbol list name is checked. Only the following lists, and it's checked. Doesn't make any sense to me. Why? Yeah, you can manipulate. Yes, yes, Rafiq. Now, when you say, can you link Ameritrade to AI account? I mean, when you get an AI alert, if you're talking about auto trading, no, okay. But if you're talking about, there's a symbol, and you want to trade it, you can trade it in your Ameritrade account. If you're talking about auto trading, no, you have to have an IB account right now. Okay, Rafiq. Maybe do a reboot. Okay, yeah. So you cannot auto trade with TDA yet. Okay, Rafiq. So no, you need an Interactive Brokers account right now. I don't know when TDA is going to be available. We thought it was going to be available by now, but it's not. We still have some bugs. Okay. Maybe do a reset of your account, okay? Do a reset or a reboot or something, because I have no explanation. I've sort of demonstrated to you. I took your top list, I added your symbol, and I certainly see it, so I don't know. Why don't I do this? And I'll pop this in, and if you don't see it, then there's something really bizarre on your end, okay? Okay, Mike, you know what? Steve is going to be in the room in about 3 minutes or so. He's much more of a swing trader than I am. Okay, so just hang on. He's going to be taking over. He'll be there from 12 to 1, so he'll probably have some ideas better than myself about swing trading. So just hang on, okay? And welcome, by the way. The other thing I would do, Mike, is take a look at this. Before you get too far into it, take a look at the 20 short lessons, okay? I really think that'll help you. All the basic features of trade ideas. It won't take you long to go through them. And again, I'm just waiting for Steve to start streaming in that room, and then we'll be taking my break. Oh, I better get my announcement here. Oh, you did? Okay, good. Good for you. Hopefully that helped at least. I'm sure he's going to be streaming any second now. Well, what a great break this CRMD. Look at that daily break. Look at that candle getting out of all this mess here. Okay, I see you, Steve. Okay, thank you very much. So Steve is streaming in the YouTube feed, so I'm going to stop. I'll see you at around. So you know what to do, Steve. Obviously, let me know in Slack when you want me to start.
All right, I see my screen over there on YouTube. Hello, everybody. It must be Tuesday because I am with you now at the lunchtime, noon, whatever you want to call it, live support session. This is for you guys. Give Barry a break here as well, midday, and talk about whatever it is you guys want to talk about. Some people may have been sent here for some instruction on how to do something. Some people may just show up for the entertainment. You never know. And let's see here. All right, I'm all set. Okay, guys. Hello, hello. Hello, guys. Hello, Downtime, Mike, Aja, Fred, Stan. Oh, yeah, Sam. We'll talk a lot about that silver trade that blew up for me over the weekend, essentially, giving a very horrible first tick. But there's a lot to be learned from it, and we'll talk about that later. We can even talk about some of it now. Hello, Pamela. Okay, Mike. Let's start with Mike. Mike has a good question. Thank you, Sam. So Mike's saying he just signed up. I'd like to guide me through setting up some swing trade and the best AI. So two things that come to mind here. I've got some scans that we can look at for swing trading, but the AI is also something we can look at. But the AI is really optimized and back tested for intraday, day trading. But that doesn't mean that some traders don't look at some nice charts, which we'll do here in a second, and say, hey, maybe this can turn into a swing trade the way it's performing. So the first thing I'll do is, this is the way I like to look at the AI. All right. I've got my 15-minute chart over here, and I've only got a couple things. I've got a 10-period simple moving average, which is really my bread and butter. And then I've also got this blue line, which is a 5-day moving average, which kind of shows up here in the 15-minute. So starting with the AI, these are some of the ones that I guess worked well today. This one shot up way high and pulled way back. And what I want to focus on is the way I use the AI is for entry only. And let me just clarify this. I don't take the AI trades. I've got my own way of doing things for 25 years. I just like to keep it that way. But for people who don't know what they're looking for, or they're looking for actionable ideas, things that are jumping off the page with relative volume, etc., they can show up on here. And the value really is in the entry. Okay, and this entry was a nice entry. It gave us a blasted through the target and gave a lot of alpha there for people who wanted to take profits along the way, ideally, hopefully. But notice the stop is down here. And what I would recommend is start to look at this indicator that I mentioned, that 10 SMA. Blend that with the AI as your new stop. And if we consider that notion for a moment, let's go through a few trades here and see how that lines up. Oh, okay. So if we're using that line as our stop is literally rising. It's almost like a rising trailing stop. That's essentially what we're using this for. This Forget this. This is only valid back here at this point in time when the AI triggered this trade in LVS. Nice push higher. There's no reason to ride this thing back down and use that as a stop. So again, the entry is the value. Forget the stop. I want to present to you another concept. Again, the 10-period simple moving average rises as the trade works in our favor. A lot of you guys that have been with me a while know that one of my simple little rules is once a candle closes, a 15-minute candle closes underneath that rising moving average, to me that signifies that the momentum is done. And you might want to get out if you haven't taken all your profits already, because a lot of times this little early warning system right here can save you a lot of heartache and headache as it bleeds. So I call this the momentum line. As long as it's above that momentum line, stay in. Any reason to get out of this trade yet? Nope. And that's important because, you could say, oh, I'll just take it here, I'll get out. But really, it's still sitting on support and could make another push. And then you start taking profits, maybe on the next high. That's how I would approach that. Let's look at the next trade. Perfect example. This is a short. All right, there's our entry. Our entry was right here. All right, here's our stop. But let's just disregard that stop because look what's coming to the party. This thing is coming down to make sure, and look exactly what it did. It said, you're not going to highs. We're going to throw you back down to lows. So that simple moving average works for longs and shorts. Again, it's the momentum line. Would you cover this short right here? You could, but gosh, I feel like it just caught that line. It probably wants to go back down and test these lows again. So you can use this line in conjunction with the AI all day long to manage your trades. Other than that, I'm not sure what you really want to know more, Mike, about the AI, if you want to let me know. But I'm presenting to you that the AI is a great intraday, kind of a scalper, day trader mentality. But there might be some things on here that could be interesting for swing trading. Now, that was the second part of your question, so let's get over to that. For swing trading, I've been using a lot of this scan called the A-table. Now, there's nothing really in Trade Ideas that's pre-built that says, hey, well, I've got something I can show you. We can try and pull out of the hopper and see what it looks like. But this is a top list window, and our Trade Ideas top list windows are just a set of filters, and it updates every 30 seconds. And it's important to note that I'm sorting it here. And the dark colors are sorted by the short float percentage. So I think we've all had a wonderful lesson this last week in how short floats can affect pricing to the upside with a short squeeze. All right. So first one we have here, and I know this is a doozy. It's beautiful. I looked at it. I'm not long it, but wow. PRTS Car Parts has 37 million in the float, and 43% of those are short. This could be an interesting short squeeze play, excuse me. And look at what it did. It gave us a nice indication that it was on on the radar back here, pulled back perfectly like I like to talk about into our 10-day moving average. And the 10-day moving average is now acting as support. And when I see a shape like this, I'll just draw it with a line, go up and then come down and then curl right there at that moving average. That's happy land right there. That's where you want to consider taking swing trades. That's where I would be swing trading all day long, Mike. That's one of many types of entries, but that is a good one. So I submit to you, Trade Ideas didn't tell me to buy any of these, but they're always being updated every 30 seconds, and I'm always going through. And I'm also focusing on the ones up dark here because the ones in the dark colors have the most short float. Here's an interesting one, HUY. It's been squeezing. It's moving sideways. It pushed down and caught that 10-period moving average. It might be ready to do something. So here's what I might do with this one. I could come to the opening tick today, and this is important for swing trading. Right click and go create a price alert right there. Put my notes in there where I found it, short float to remind me it's a short squeeze, whatever. And then click save. And when that blue line is ever triggered by price action, if it comes back up, I'm not going to miss the window splash screen in my face. And that is what I've done. I've turned in a slow topless scan into an actionable idea by coming through and saying, okay, the interesting looking jump rope here, I'll go ahead and I'll wait. And if it confirms it wants to break out of this range, I'll use this price alert to tell me so. CGC, okay, another look. Come back here. Okay, this day right here, I went back a few days in the time machine, but this is money all day long, swing trading. Okay, we've got a stock at 35% short the float, big float, but none the matter. After a gap, it went sideways. Sideways is the strongest action it can do into my favorite moving average. Let's turn the time machine back on. Hang on a second. Hold on. I think it's frozen on me. That is a beautiful setup right there. Why can I not get rid of this? Here we go. Perfect. Let's move forward in the time machine. As you saw, that it was like a springboard. It just bounced right off of there. So I'm looking all the time for setups that might, start to look, something like I had it a minute ago, like that. That is an A plus. That's a beauty. All right. Now I wouldn't have seen that if I'm not perusing and scouring through this thing all day long, my A table. Now I'll be look. Ooh, that's interesting. Angie's List, right? Angie's home care advertising. So these are people coming to your house to fix stuff. Look at that. Nice volume back here. Push up, consolidate. It's got that look, doesn't it? All right. Well, this will be the last one, and I'll get back to the questions you guys are coming in with. That's very interesting. It's going to be respecting this 10-day moving average right there. So we could come through and say if it breaks this high 3 days ago, I want to know about it, and that becomes my alert, my event, get long a swing trade. So Mike, for the most part, Trade Ideas doesn't have a buy it now alert. It's more of just kind of scan, set your price alert, kind of a 1-2 punch. I see you qualified something, meaning revealing unknown information. So Mike, back on the AI, revealing unknown information, I would submit to you, if we go down and we just segment, there's 3 different AI segments, and let's go to the Holly Neo segment. These are only the Neo trades. And the reason I like the AI Neo segment more than others, and this might be important for you to realize, is that all of these trades are going to have high relative volume, where some of the other AI component segments don't necessarily always look for high relative volume. So let's go through these just real quick, and I will highlight your eye to this window right here. All right, 47 times normal volume. Good to know. The AI is finding 47 times normal volume in that one. Interesting. This one's 5 times, almost 6 times normal volume. 13 times normal, 3 times normal. So where there's volume, there's action. And the Neo is always going to guarantee that you're going to have a high relative volume. Another interesting looking chart there. So if you wanted to like slow things down, you could just maybe focus on that segment, and you just right click in there, and you can do all the segments, or the Holly Grail, which is our original, Holly 2.0, which is soon to become, and I'm glad I went through this, is soon to become a swing trade. Let me just tease you with that. Right now, the AI architecture, as I mentioned, is set up to do day trading. It does all its back testing, all its machine learning, and all its rejiggering of the filters to optimize the best setting each night. But it's always doing it with an intraday goal in mind. Well, we're literally having to rebuild the architecture of this system to do something similar for swing trading, meaning going back and looking at multiple times, multiple days over a few days. And without getting too technical, it requires a lot of, as I said, re-architecture, redrawing of our back-end server. So the process is in the way to do that. It's part of a bigger picture thing that we're working on. But soon, Holly 2.0, we will hopefully claim that as the swing trade. Before I get to the questions, I did promise you there's one thing that I have that I did build, which is an actual alert, which would tell you to go ahead and buy something. And I saved it for last because it kind of combines all the things we've talked about. It's looking for strong stocks, but it's looking for that moment in time, which I will see if I can find a really good example. Time, there you go, perfect. Moment in time, and it gives me time. What did I say about this type of setup? Boy, that's juicy. Nice gap, sideways action into the 10 period, pass, pass, pass. Well, this is the day. Wouldn't it have been nice to know to have a really, really cool entry, right? On the low of that day, as I said, I like it when they come down and touch that moving average. Well, I'm actually alerting myself to this moment in time right there. I'm not waiting for this thing to give up more profit and then chase up here. So this is a cool alert, and I'll share both of these in a moment. It basically is a new low on the day, but it's a new low on a strong stock that's trending, and it only shows me the new low as it tags and touches the 10-day moving average. And the way the algorithms run this market, and the way they run this show, is that's usually the reversal point. They're selling in to create panic, and then they reverse, and I see this all the time. It happens in the first half an hour of the day, so therefore I like this scan only in the first hour of the day pretty much. All right, I'm going to give both of these scans out, and then I will check over and glance and see how far behind I am on the questions. Because that was a good question to start out with. So we're going to save and share the A table. And then we're going to save and share the jam down to the 10-period simple moving average, 10-day moving average. And for those that want those cloud links, there you go. You can take them and you can run. All right, let me back up. There's Mike's first question. All right. Hello, Jeffrey. Welcome. Welcome, Pamela. Hello, Mike C. Right, so hopefully I got you some good info there, Mike, on both the AI, day trading, and how it's going to evolve, but what I like to look for swing trading. Fred says, look at Sava. Want to look at a chart. Whoops, let me clear that out. Sava. Oh, I see. I appear to be frozen here for the moment. There we go. Giant gap up on the day. Everybody that long is happy, and boy, it doesn't even want to get close to that 10-period moving average, does it? So the momentum is definitely in play here. You'll know when the momentum breaks when the intraday breaks that line there. Hopefully you were in that yesterday. Took advantage of the gap. APRE. Not familiar with that one, but looks like it's trying to rise out of a wedge. Let's get rid of that. Relative volume is good on APRE. Yeah. So what you're going to be watching for is what happens when this thing comes up to meet it. Where is it going to be? Okay. Keep an eye on the low float of snow. So let's take a look at what Fred's talking about in snow. Riding that moving average perfectly. Breaking a nice downtrend. I will say it's running right smack into that 50-day moving average. So if it pulls back and tests that intraday 10 SMA, you'll know why on the bigger picture. Low float, yeah, 46 million for that size. Yeah, interesting, not bad. Or were you telling me to look at SNDA? Oh, SNOA. Okay, totally different deal here. Very low float, yeah. That's pretty messy for me. I tend to stay away from stuff. That's almost like Morse code when I start to see all those gaps and dots and dashes. Fred from the Windy City. All right. Back to Mike. My screen has AST charts. How can I put the chart I like together? I'm not sure about your question there. My screen has a T chart. What I can, you should be able to configure your own chart. I can also give you mine. I give these out sometimes, my 15 period. Would be that one. But I'm probably missing your question. Maybe you mean the buttons up here? I'm not sure. Let's see. When you say trading, does it only mean for a day, or can it go for a second day? The AI will always exit by the end of the day. So if you're wanting to stay in a trade and you're not auto trading, it's up to you anyway. You can keep it or you can sell it. But the AI will. It's designed. It is programmed. It is machine learned and looking for those maximized intraday trades. we're hoping to turn that into a swing trading AI this year. All right, so Sam, yeah, question. With the jam down, should we wait for at least percent of the volume before entering a trade? No, I don't think so, because all the trades that are coming on that jam down, they have a good score, so they're moving higher, which is the same as the A table. There's also a component in there that I believe looks for compression. It looks for taking a 5-day range. Well, let's just do that. Let's break it down. Let's take a look at it. The jam down buy is doing what? Again, it's a new low. That's our event, but a new low is only going to show up when it's at least 1% down from the close. Here's a timer on the day. I'm telling myself I don't want to see it after 2 hours, as I mentioned. There's our stock composite rating. It's a B student. 80 score is probably going to be a trending stock. Average daily volume. But the real secret sauce really is just this, the change from the 10-day SMA. And again, the time frame. I don't want to have this happen at the end of the day. This has to happen in the first hour of the day. Ideally, the first half an hour of the day, in the first 2 candles. But you can see no more than a tenth below the SMA and no more than 0.05% above. So that's my little window of where I will see new lows. Again, the alert is a new low. And all these charts are going to be trending, and they're going to have a decent trend. So there's really nothing to worry about on volume. I would hope that it has at least normal relative volume. Let's just say that. Let's just shoot for at least 1.0 relative volume. There's nothing wrong with 2.0 or things like that. All right, Mike, so I gave you that 15-minute chart, and I'll give you the daily chart too. Why not? Because I got my stuff on there. So I'm just going to go markup, save and share to cloud, copy, and I'll give you my daily chart. All right. I'm going to go with Justin's question. If you feel like I've missed a question and I skipped over you to go to Justin, then resubmit. Justin wants to look at ABML. Interesting history in this one. It's been doing a lot of fun stuff. American Battery. Okay, so it's a battery company like CBAT or some of the others. It's on the pink sheets, meaning it's not quite an over-the-counter, but someday it hopes to be. Very interesting display of my daily. Okay, there's our giant push. You're a fool if you chase up here and chase that much. And I say that because you have so much distance between that and the rising moving average. And what did it do? It didn't take long after that reversal to kick back 3 red candles. And where did it find support? Pretty much right there at the 10-day moving average. So the more you start to see this, it'll help simplify your decision process. Do I chase? No. Do I wait? I'll wait, and I'll buy it right there when it hits that one. That is a much better scenario than feeling like you've been left out, and you're chasing the train and full of fear of missing out. Can you wait for us to set it up like yours? Well, sure. The chart I gave you is going to be set up just like mine. So that's the beauty of the cloud code at Trade Ideas. No matter if it's a scan or a chart, all of the settings that you're seeing on here just translate into that little link string, and you're able to use it. APRE, somebody wants to look at? Yeah, we looked at that one. That's right. That one was coming out of let's just play a little fun here. So we'll go back and we'll look at this. That's a high of 677. So you come here and you go to price target, price alert, and you change it to 678. And your notes would say a giant narrow range broken. Always a question mark because you never know. And that's how you would play it. Set it and forget it sometimes. If you're one who wants to anticipate this thing moving higher, well, then maybe you can buy it off of this intraday moving average if it comes back to it at some point. All right. Yes, the jam down, Sam, is a swing scan. That is all it's designed for swings. So that wouldn't be a day trade. That would be a hold for, coming out of a wedge like that. Essentially, I know some of you people have asked, hey, can you scan for flags? Well, this kind of is scanning for flags. And not only that, it is got the propensity to move higher for a couple days. My perfect day is a day and a half. If that thing would come out of there and then ride that thing for a day and a half, I'll be a I'll be a seller on day number 2 at lunchtime. The one that we liked here was time. Yeah, so if time just keeps moving and closes on highs, ideally it closes on highs, that's day number 1. Take it into day number 2 and then start being a seller in the middle of the day. That's what I like to do. Because it seems like that day and a half is when the profit taking itch just gets too strong for a lot of people. But what I wanted to do is talk about a filter that I missed here, I thought. No, I guess not. I thought I had experimented with that before. And what I mean to say is gone in and said, okay, well, I don't want to see things that have run up. I want to see, something that has a 5-day range. 5-day range percent. Add that filter, and I could say, I don't want to see 5-day ranges that are more than 5%, 6% maybe, and that would keep things that were runaway trains from pulling back and showing up on there. So I thought I experimented with that at one point, but you guys can. All right, I think I'm caught up as I get to Tony. Bit late to the party. How do you use the jam down again? Oh, sure, no problem. I'll bring it back up. So, no, that's not what I meant to do. Did I load a duplicate chart? Let's cancel that. Get rid of my duplicate chart. Try again. Load from cloud. Jam down to the 10. Okay, so when I was talking earlier about nice setups on here, okay, you see we put this blue line in maybe before you got here. There's the flag. There's the trend. There's the sideways congestion. There's the reach down, and I almost say it's like you're on a step ladder on the roof, and these algos got to dangle their foot down, and once they feel the support of that ladder, they're good to go. That's the moment of interest. But just going through the A table doesn't give us that point in time. It gives us the image of that chart, and so I got to say, okay, well, I missed that this morning. I can either buy it here and be a hoper, or maybe I'll just wait for confirmation, and I put the blue line in there. That blue line is you right-click and you create a price alert, and that turns this particular chart into an alert window, and it's only going to alert you by doing this. It's going to say that, and you can put the voice to text to speech on there. You won't miss anything, and it becomes an in-the-moment event. So that's the idea of the A table. And so I thought, well, why couldn't I take that a step further? And if this is the moment where the algorithms dangle their foot off of the roof and try and touch the step ladder with their foot, maybe I can maximize that moment in time with our technology and get that entry instead. And that is where we came up, with the best example today is this time. Look at that, sideways, sideways, sideways on the open. As I said, in the first 30, 40 minutes of the day, I want to see it. This is the algo shuffle. They're just going to open it and make it look strong, and then it's just a colluded feedback loop. They blast it down, and they look for they look for stop orders to hunt. It's a stop hunt. And stop hunts happen in the first 45 minutes of the day. It's just the way it is. Because that's where all the fresh stops are from last night when people came home from their other job, sat down with a beer and logged on TD Ameritrade and said, oh, I don't want it to go below this, so I'm just going to give them free chum, and I'm going to put my price so they can all see it, which they do, and then they go and they take you out. Well, let's exploit that ridiculous inefficiency that this market offers us, right? That's the idea behind the jam down, and you can see times, what was the price? 26.72. Let's mark that, shall we? 26.72. I think we all agree in hindsight that we'd like to have had that entry. So that's what the jam down is doing. It's kind of taking the A table to the next level. Now, are they all going to work? No, but it's all about trade management. All right, this one's in the money, but barely. Looking at the blue arrow. This one's in the money, but barely. It's got some work to do. Well, this one rolled over. You're going to have to probably get out of that one. Sell it. Time is our poster child. Oh, love didn't work. Okay, so again, this one got a little bit painful, but it did bounce backwards. So these are just ideas in real time, and hopefully that makes sense. Why do people start incessantly texting me when I'm speaking? They make it seem like it's really important, so I better go look. Oh, okay, it's somebody's heart rate. That's awesome. All right, Tony, hopefully that helped. And if you need the jam down, if you missed it or if it's not in there, we'll put it back on real time and we'll put another version in there. All right, downtime. Is the Rising 20 a safe entry? You know, it is. Downtime, I call the Rising 20 as a backstop. I literally call that my backstop. If the 10 fails and the 20 is really close underneath and right there, I'm going to probably stick it out and see what the 20 has to say. Because just think of the 10 as your momentum line, but it can fail. But sometimes that 20 can act as a really nice backstop and a nice fail safe. You can get out at the 10, let it go back to the 20, and if you see a nice bottoming tail, zip down and zip back up and close right at the 20, maybe take that trade home again at a better price a day later at the close. Oh yeah, the scan, Mike, is it's these cloud links. Let me just take a second and show you. You click that link that I dropped in there, and what it does is it takes you here, and that's your web page. What you have to do with this web page is grab the URL. This is the code to the entire scan. Copy. You're done with that page. Now you're good to go on the clipboard. File, load from cloud. It's already loaded. Just click load, and there you go. There's a jam down for you. So just click on those links, and then the URL of that web page is the exact code of either my chart or my scan that I gave you. There's no stop in this market. This is extremely volatile and extremely impressive. All right. Fred wants to look at a couple more. AGen. Nice breakout. Even more so if we go back and look at what it looked like yesterday. Even the day before, it was giving us that nice triangular wedge flag. Little hint yesterday, if you were on your game and you saw that volume increase, take this home at the close. You know, it was closing near highs, and then boom, you're off to the races today. Two lovely intraday tests here of the intraday. Looks good. The other ones that you had in there, let's see. Summit. Looking really nice. I almost wish that this 10 period moving average, was doing more like that, enforcing the issue. What that means is one of two things. It means it's either not ready, and it's eventually going to wait till it touches it, or it's so damn strong it's not even going to wait for it, and that's also a possibility. So it's just up to you. And I look at this intraday here, and there's a lot of messiness to it. So I'm thinking there's not a lot of volume, and there's not my cup of tea with that type of volume. The last one was Shanda. No, you did the same one, SNOA. We looked at that one. Why do I keep thinking that was an old one? All right. John got the jam down a week ago and made money off it about every day. So John is picking off some good ideas, and the ones that aren't working, he's obviously managing his risk correctly, and the ones that are working, he is managing his profits correctly. Yes, Asia, why you don't want to use a stop loss. Why would you, on any terms, show them? Why don't you just sit there at the poker table and turn your cards around and just show everybody? Because that's what you're doing. If you think commissionless trading is free, it's not free when they snatched that $500 trade from you 20 minutes after the open the other day. That's not free. It's like, they literally see the whole chessboard in 3D, and when the bowling pins are lined up under a level of support, which is the obvious thing that many retail traders do, they go down there and they shake the trees and they bowl them and they take them and they reverse it. It's just how it works. We can't change it. So all we can try to do is exploit it. And that's probably the best example I've ever come up with using Trade Ideas technology to try and exploit the current market dynamics that we have. Okay, yes, the second chart, Jatinder, that's my 15-minute chart. I use a 15-minute chart for that. Somebody told me this morning to look at this one, and I passed, and I'm not happy that I passed. I've been in that one before. All right, Mike, looks like you're getting what you need. That's why we're here. And how would I use the daily chart and the 15-minute chart to trade TME? Is that a different one, or is that the one we were looking at? That's the one we were looking at. So again, I look at the daily chart. I love the fact that it's been going lower left to upper right. I love the fact that it had a gap here earlier with some nice volume, couldn't come back and fill the gap. I love the fact that it went sideways right into and started adhering to the 10-day moving average. A little bit of a head fake here, and this thing could be off to the races. I mean, it's not just one thing, it's kind of a confluence of a few things lining up there. I find the 1-minute charts to be absolutely useless. Again, the algorithms run the markets, and the algorithms use 1-minute charts. Do you think you can beat the algorithms? I can't. So 5-minute, okay, all right, more power to you if you can make them work. But I have noticed for me in my swing trading that anything faster than 15 minutes is overkill and useless. 15 minutes just allows me to kind of pull back sometimes and just kind of see the bigger picture of what's going on. Looks like we're caught up on questions. So yes, the trade of the week was an absolute disaster of an opening anyway. I've got a couple things I was going to show. Where is that? Oh, it's over here. Let me click that. I mirrored the trade that I took. All right. What I'm going to talk about this evening is that, going into the weekend, this thing was really looking like it was ready to explode. And I talked a lot about the volatility and the risk behind this type of trade. Not something we normally do. Or advise people to take very small share size, advise them to expect overnight gaps and volatility in different directions. What I didn't expect was an 11% gap up. That was about double than what I expected. So we'll talk today. I mean, I hope that people didn't chase something that high. There's really never a reason to chase something that gaps up that high. You're only left with one opportunity, and that's to just sit back and see what happens. And so you and we've been talking a lot about the 10-period moving average. Well, I decided, and you can see right there, that's the entry point, 1025. This is where I took my entry on the trade of the week. And this worked okay for yesterday. All right, it was in the money yesterday, but there was our overnight risk, and it plummeted back down. Okay, so now I'm out of the money now. But I'm not out of the money if I had chased that entire gap. I basically cut that in half and got rid of all that noise up there. And again, I've been talking ad nauseum about why I love to lean on this 10-period simple moving average. In this case, I didn't have an entry, but I was thinking about an entry. And that's where I'm going to take it, and that's where I did take it. As far as the risk management goes, again, I'm going to be talking a lot about this. It's the 10-day moving average, just like we talked about. If this thing wants to test the 10-day and bounce higher, well, we're not going to sell it at it. We're going to at least let it test it. If it closes below the 10-day moving average, well, then we're out of this trade. So this is the kind of thing where, if you did chase up here, you had to look and say, wow, that's about a $2 risk that was given. So the most I want to lose is $100 on these trades, then I can only play 50 shares because that's going to be my $100 risk if it comes back down. And that risk will tighten as the days go on, of course, but that would be the prudent thing to do. In this case, where my entry was, I could say, well, okay, I'll risk the full 100 shares right here because it looks like about a 1-point risk. roughly. Gives me the ability to have a little bit more participation if it in fact worked. But as I mentioned in the article, I mean, this thing is, let me shore that up here. There we go. This thing is, it's probably going to start to do some of this. It might paint itself into a corner, and we might not know what it's going to do until Thursday. I don't know. But I think the value tonight that we'll be talking about is what to do. See, in this trade, you didn't have to chase it, but what if, what if you were short this trade? Not a great example, but what I would do if I was short this trade coming in and this was a horrible loss, last thing I would do would buy to cover right here on the open. For the same reason I told you, don't buy to chase. That's a giant breath the market took, and it probably needs an in-breath. So if I was trying to maximize my losses, or mitigate my losses, that's the way to put it, not maximize, I would have been a short seller. I would have been very upset on the open, probably thrown up in my trash can a few times, but I would have said, hold the line and wait and see what happens when you get your first moment of decision, my decision point. If I had been short and I'd have been lost a lot of money, I would have waited and I would have covered right there. That would have been the point. I would have said, okay, this is probably it. I'm going to take it. This thing's strong. I don't want it to bounce off that line. Let's just make the best of it. And that's what I would have done for that one. So there's many different scenarios that come into play when you have a giant gap and you have the 10-period moving average as really your first point of reference for information. Okay, let's see. Caught up. Jatinder, most of the day, well, they're day traders and they're gurus and they swear by the 1 and 3 minute, but more power to them. Like I said, if you can make it work, more power to you. Just know who you're playing against. You're playing against algorithms. That's the main reason I chose to stop day trading back in about 2007, 2008, when I noticed something was extremely different with the market and the way in which we interacted with our counterparties. So I thought, I literally banged my head against the wall for a year or two before I realized just pull back in your time frame. And pulling back in time frame allowed me to slow things down and get my edge back. But that's not to say that some of these guys can't do it with their hotkeys and their quick reflexes and their millennial speed reflexes. More power to them if they can. It's just not my bag. All right, I combine the indicators of the 1 and 5. Oh, I hit a chord here when I said that. I combine the 1 and the 5 minute when they both stay the same. The 1 minute I'm in. There is no wrong answer, guys. And if I came across as saying don't do this because it's wrong, that was wrong of me. I said they own that time frame, and I choose not to try and fight them on that time frame. But doesn't mean it can't be done. That doesn't mean you can't exploit moments of inefficiency here and there quickly. Trading is an art form. If you can do it, you do it. It's not a science. If it was a science, we'd all be doing it the same way, and we'd all fail at it because nobody would have any difference of opinions. So let me just say that there's no wrong way to trade. This is just my perception. Like Barry said on the lead, and I think Pamela mentioned, I'm the swing trader guy. Barry is a very good scalper. I don't want to do what Barry does anymore, but he knows how to do it. What technical indicators beside candlestick price action for the 1 and 5 minute? Oh, you're talking to somebody else. Yeah, I see that. Day traders also say first minute candle to make new high, and you will always buy when it's overbought. Interesting. Thank you for answering Mike's question there. You use the stochastics, RSI. Yeah. Oh yeah, Jatinder. I don't day trade much at all. I really don't. Now there might be an occasion where I get into a swing trade and it just goes amazingly well in my favor. Well, that first half that I might sell at a resistance point later in the day, well, I guess that would be considered a day trade, but I'm keeping that trade intact. My ideal trade is a day and a half. Observe something setting up, get in, wait for either anticipate or wait for confirmation, but get in as soon as I can and then participate. Try not to get out too early. There's many reasons I don't want to day trade anymore. I mean, I work for Trade Ideas now too. I mean, if you guys need my help over in live chat, I can't be banging away trying to figure out 1 minute candles. I can minimize a window and look aside and let things work out. That's what works for me. Oh, look at you guys chatting over there back and forth. Very good. So that means I'm caught up apparently. Wow, it's already 45 minutes after. Let's, for fun, go back and look at those. Let's look at all the trades in Holly and put them through the prism of, do you stay in or do you get out, based on the 10-period moving average. That one's been hugging it, so I mean, either way, you should have sold probably when that one ran so far. That was a great trade. Okay, great example. LVS is really fighting it here. Look at how it tried to close, but didn't. It closed back above. We are at 44. Ooh, it looks like this one might put in a 15-minute close under the 10-period right here. This is probably going to be it for LVS. It's running out of steam. That's my impression there. Got 1 minute left on that one. It might fight. Here's that short sell that hit it, went down, but oh, look, it's a fighter. And that last candle right there actually did close above. If I was short this, I would be out. Get out. Faked you out, didn't it? This is why I say wait for the candle to close, because they will try to shake you out. It's even better when they pop down and wick right back up into play and put a green candle after that. That just shows conviction and strength. So it looks as if this candle just closed. And 45 minutes after the hour, that's an official candle. No reason to get out of that one yet. Yeah, looks like, there we go. Oh, AG, oh my God. Why is AG on here? We already did that one. Interesting. For those of you who borrowed my chart, that blue line I told you about is the 5-day moving average. Look at how it came into play here on this one. Snapped right in there, and some sellers joined the party at that level. Interesting. Not only that, it has closed 35, 40 minutes ago. It made a close below. No reason to be in that trade. This one is a short, and it's tempting to get out right here, but it's testing that downward trending SMA. Probably wise to, let this one close and see if it can put in a close. All right. So Steve, basically day trading is a lost cause. No, I'm not going to say day trading is a lost cause. It's just not what I want to do. Now, if you find that day trading is not working for you and it's just moving too fast, or you're just not seeing it, definitely give swing trading a try. I'll tell you, I'm not going to say day trading doesn't work, because it does. Barry does it every single day effectively, and so do some of the guys in the room, Real and some of the other good traders. They're good at what they do. But me personally, Andy personally, Jamie, and here's the one, Michael Noss, who started off as an auto trader, day trader, he's seen the light. We've literally turned an account around by stop day trading it and started to swing trade it, and it was a very successful account last year. So Michael's seeing the light, and it works for him. I think it's something about age too. I think the older you get, the more swing trading just kind of seems more appetizing. Okay, so you've linked your AI to your IB account, okay, and alerts go straight to your IB account, right? Okay, so what I would do, Jatinder, is what I was just talking about. Forget whatever the AI tells you as the stop, and start trying to use, let's go back again, start using this 10-period moving average as your guide. That's a tough one. I'm going to stay away from that one, but this one's good. It looks like that one did in fact close. That last candle closed. So I said, LVS, it's time to get out of this one. Would you rather use this as a stop, Jatinder, or would you rather ride it back down here and use that as your stop? What's happening is this 10-period SMA acts as a rising, automatic, trailing stop. It's just a visual trailing stop for you to use as a day trade. So what I would suggest is, if you're using these trades, definitely don't be in conservative mode. Don't let the AI exit for you. Learn to manage these trades. The people who are doing the best with the AI automated trading are doing it in moderate mode. As I said on the onset, the value is in the entry, but you as a human are a better manager of the trade as new nuances and new data start to come in. So try that. If you haven't done that yet, don't give up on that yet. Go to moderate mode and start waiting for candles to close on the opposite side of that 10-period moving average and use that as your stop. And then come back to me in 2 weeks and see if it's helped. That's my suggestion. Tony, is it difficult to swing trade a small account, or would you say small? Just take your account, say $5,000 might be a small account, allocate each trade $500, or if you want to get really aggressive, allocate each trade $1,000. Break it down into 5 trades. Like you got a genie, and the genie says you got 5 wishes. Which ones do you want? And then you just allocate that portion. And ideally, if you're making it work and you're tending your garden and getting rid of the ones that aren't working, and hopefully letting the ones that are working, and maybe selling a third here, selling a third there where you can, taking profits at new highs. That'll start to add up and your account will slowly build. What you don't want to do is start jumping into chat rooms and taking your $5,000 account and putting $4,000 of it in one trade on some penny stock because you really feel like you got to grow this account. That's just a recipe for disaster. An OLN, Sweetie B, OLN. Oops. For a swing trade, huh? Let's see. Boy, this thing looks like the market in general. Gave a bit of a scare back there. So it's a chlorine. Yeah, it doesn't look bad. It's back here in clean air above all its moving averages. I don't know what your basis point is, but look, it's pretty much been riding that moving average for the most part for a couple days. Doesn't look bad. I can't say too much bad about that. Okay. I only swing. Same here, pretty much. Okay, you do manage your trades personally. I assumed you didn't. You only use it. Okay, perfect. So I think you're on the right track. The only thing I would say is maybe if you haven't been using that 10-period SMA as your guiding hand of a trailing stop, start using that, because all that information is in constant change and constant flux. The AI is not aware of, that it's probably a good idea to do a trailing stop. You can do it yourself. Yeah, and a great point. Swing trading is really the only option you have until you get your account above the PDT. And then you can start being a bit more creative and doing a combination of day trading and swing trading. Last thing you want to do is get into a swing trade and go, oh, shit, I don't want to be in this. And you get out and you're like, okay, that's strike one. They got one strike against me now in the pattern day traders rule. I got to be careful. That's no fun. Just making sure I'm not missing anything here. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. If you were to be day trading, yeah, then what time intervals would you use? I would probably use 5-minute and 15. I would use. I'll tell you what I would do. I would use 5-minute on the open for probably the first 30, maybe 45 minutes. And then I would switch into my 15-minute, because that thing is golden. The 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart, whether you're day trading or whether you're swing trading and trying to maximize risk or not, or take profits, it's golden. It just works. And so I would use that. Boy, you cannot bring this market down. It's just a juggernaut. Very impressive. Yesterday in Jamie's webinar, I mentioned, hey, I'm a little bit not bearish, but I'm very cautious right now, because look at what this 5-day moving average. I mentioned this is 130 candles averaged on a 15-minute chart here. And you could see that the market was really paying attention to that the last few days, and NASDAQ couldn't get back above that on that day. And yesterday, as far as the S&P went, same kind of a thing. Look at that. Clockwork, and then it couldn't even get to it yesterday and got a little weak on the close. I don't know what happened here, but this market is just insane. It is not easy, and I'd be lying to you if I told you I was long and strong. I wasn't. I was positioned for cautious. caution. I saw the VIX last week explode higher and thought, oh boy, something's going on. And then nope, it's like Charlie Brown in the football. Try and kick it, and it's gone. All right, couple more minutes here before I bring Barry back in. Good, Tony. I'm glad you got something to think about. That's good. Getting golden nuggets with this hour. Good to know. A couple of silver nuggets too, huh? Ah, jeez, this is just an epic failure. Oh well, I'll face the music today. If there's any other questions you want to get after, let me know. Thank you, Downtime. Thank you, One Fix It Man. Here's something that's very interesting. Okay, technically the trade of the week is P silver, physical silver. Hey, there's one of our alerts we set. Look at that. Time to buy if you want, if you were in the mood. Physical silver is a little different than that ETF that claims it is silver, because it's not. It's full of a bunch of paper that doesn't have any backing to it. My point is, before I let you guys go, silver is down 8.3%. The physical silver ETF, which actually does have a 100% backing, is only down 6%. It was 6, now it's 6.9. So it seems like it's just holding on there a little bit, but again, wide range, and we're just going to be watching to see what happens when that moving average comes up. So, all right, I'm going to let Barry know I'm about ready to head out. Let's see, make sure I didn't miss anything else. You may have met me before. Yes, Jatinder, I've lived here forever. I live in the Golden Triangle area. It's just east of La Jolla. You're welcome, Mike. Yeah, thank you guys for your comments. All right, I'm going to let Barry know. Can't type today. Yeah, I got caught up in just a silly, stupid trade. A lot of disinfo out there right now on what's going on with silver. I do know this. There are people lining up and cleaning out the inventory of physical silver at dealers. So I don't know. Let's see how the price action reconciles that over the next day or two. Bye-bye, Jatinder. Bye, Mike C. Yep. See you, Mike. All right, Barry says he's scanning. I'll stop now. So I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.
To me, a scalper is somebody in it for like pennies. That's my impression. But anyway. Okay, guys. Well, I call this a mini winner for sure. This is what we're talking about right there. There was your alert, 11:47. I said I'd like to wait for 11:50 break. That's what I waited for. I've traded some out now in case it can't break through 12. But look at this. Look at this. So I didn't like this one. Remember I was talking about this one, the TTI? You know, it would really have to take this area out of here. That's why I have a price alert right up there. Did not take it out. So again, you know, just because we get an alert, I mean, I love my option scan. I just, you know, I love it. But just because we get an alert, we have to still examine the charts to make sure that there's no near-term resistance. Yeah, the only way you can do it, Eddie, I haven't seen one of those for a long time, but there's only one way you can do it, and that is to literally create a symbol list, put it in there, put those sort of symbols in there, and then I used to get those from time to time. I haven't seen one for a while. And then symbol list, and then exclude the following lists. Okay? So you would create a symbol list, put those crazy symbols in there. Those are just test symbols. Put them in there, and then just check exclude the following lists. Okay? And then check it, if that makes sense. I haven't seen that for a while. Oh, Eddie, you already know how to create a symbol list? Good for you. Good for you. Only last week. That's really good. What does it do for me? I don't know if you're kidding or not. Oh, that just started last week. I thought you meant you just started last week. You're talking about the test stuff. So proud of you. All right, guys, I'm going to do my video now. So let me just put the link into the room if you want to subscribe to the videos I do every day. Okay, so again, if you want to follow my videos, all you have to do is click on my homepage link and right there. Recap videos right there, okay? Oh, excellent. Glad to hear that, the security lady. Excellent. Okay, so I'm going to put myself on mute in both rooms. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, so I don't have to tell you how well that CRMD worked. At least I shouldn't have to tell you how well it worked. So remember the alert. The alert was right here, 11:47, and I did take some out before it hit 12, and then it got all the way up to 1280. Okay, Mustafa. Okay, I was just going to try to help you, but I'm glad you were able to help yourself. Just one moment. Okay, so what did Rave end up doing here? Rave actually, we saw this one a lot earlier. Again, this is another one that has all sorts of room. You know, look left on that daily chart. All sorts of room to 236, about $1 away. Let's see if it can hold in this level and maybe later on just pop on some volume. CRMD? Well, let's see. Maybe I was estimating 1278. Okay. I was just sort of estimating. Well, we have it here. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we have it here at 1278. A little spike high right there. And I'm looking at another charting program, and it's up in that 1280. No, I don't think so. I mean, here's Trading View, and I can see it right there, 1280, right there, a little high right there. So what about VXRT? Let's see if it's still moving. So what would you like me to say? I mean, obviously VXRT is a virus play. Huge day, well, today also, yesterday and today. The issue more is that it hit 1951 in the pre-market, and then it gave up a lot. I mean, all the way down to, I mean, that's a big drop. That's a $5 drop. Okay, now it's recovering. So I don't really know what to say about it. I mean, it's a little bit erratic. You know, if you believe that it's a virus play, if you believe in what they're doing, I mean, it's got some room on the monthly chart to that 20 level. So that's kind of what it did this morning, a little bit less. Sava, wow. This is one I just completely lost sight of. I thought it was over right here. I really thought, after that couple of halts, that it was that when it started to drift down. But man, oh man. Obviously, the sky's the limit. No, there is no resistance. ALVR, ALVR. Oh, that's an ugly daily chart, though. Coming into, and it's straight up on the 15s. You're absolutely right. I mean, it's straight up on the 2 and the 5. It's absolutely right. I guess if it can, and, it's close to an all-time high. Not that far away, I guess. No, I don't have the 200-day. That line there, that is, I don't know why it's there. That is not the 200-day though, no. I don't, or 200, I don't put the 200, I only have it on my daily chart, that green line. I'm not even sure what that is. I think I might have been fooling around with something. Let me just expand this a bit. Yeah, I guess that's a Bollinger Band. I'm gonna get rid of it because I have it here. These brown lines here are Bollinger bands. I'm gonna get rid of it on the 15. I don't need it there. I was just kind of fooling around with it. There, gone. All right, so can you set an alert window to give notifications on stocks that were active in the pre-market? Well, depends what you're looking for. You know, for instance, if you were looking for a VXRT and you wanted to be notified when it took out the pre-market high, as an example, you know, it depends what you mean by, you could set a price alert, you know, for stocks for taking out their pre-market highs. Depends what you mean by active also. I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. I mean, if you see a stock and it's active, you know, what I'm doing in the pre-market, I mean, I'm of course loading charts, and, you know, if I wanted to, all I'd have to do is just create a price alert, you know, set it at the high of the pre-market, and then when I get the alert, it'll pop up on my screen as an example. Two different computers? No. No, they have to be linked somehow, so no. Well, again, you must have a. You could take create a symbol list with those stocks in it if that's what you wanted to do. Um, you know, I mean, I've got a watch list. You could put those stocks in a watch list if you wanted. You know, your determination that they were active in the pre-market. Put those stocks in a watch list, a symbol list, then attach that to an alert window. If you don't know how to create you probably don't know you're new, so you don't know how to create a symbol list. I mean, if that's what you could do something like that. I'm going to pop this in here, creating a symbol list. So you could take those the stocks that you thought were active, put them into the symbol list, and then that video shows you how you do it, and then attach that symbol list to an alert window with some filters in place if you want, say for a new high of the day or something like that. Okay, so it's right above you. Right above you. Okay, how to make a watch list. Right above you, creating a symbol list. Okay? I just put the link right above where you just typed. Good stuff. A lot of them do one fix it. You know, it depends on the day, and yeah, a lot of them do. That's what we always, you know, when I create my pre-market list. Of course, I'm starting, you know, say a little after 7 o'clock Eastern time, 4 o'clock my time, and I'm creating my list. So a lot of times, what happens is I see something that you know has popped up in the pre-market. Let's maybe get an example of one. I need a better example. Yeah, something like this. Okay, so when I start doing my work in the pre-market, this area right here, that tan area, that's the pre-market. So remember what I'm seeing. So I'm doing my work, and I say, "Wow, this is spiked up to 229." So I put it on my list. Okay, I go on to the next one. I can't keep staring at this. And then I go on to the next one, and the next one, and the next one. At 9 o'clock when I open the room, that's when I start going over the stocks that made my pre-market scan. And a lot of times, yeah, this is what's happened. And I'll say that. I'll say, well, you know what? This hit 230 and it's at, you know, $1.64. That's a big percentage drop. But sometimes, I mean, you know, obviously the ones you want to pay attention to are the ones that are holding close to the pre-market highs. Yeah, we don't talk about other trading platforms and things in this room, okay, Moon? I mean, if you believe they do that, go ahead. I mean, and it works. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to just stop it right there, okay? I'm sorry. I have to stop that right there. You know, it's talking about other. Sorry about that, Lily, okay? They've been around for a long time. All right, guys, 1:35. So today is Thursday, Tuesday, Tuesday. So today I have a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. Same thing, guys. I mean, yeah, look at this CRBP. CRBP, huge, huge potential for this. You know, it showed up on the options. I see. I did see your post, Ija. It showed up on the option scan. Lots of room. Boy, this one, I mean, this art rave, I mean, I have to set an alert, maybe the high here. I mean, this could get rolling again, you know, as the day progresses. You know, get some volume coming in. It's very choppy on the 15, but if it can kind of hold this area and then get a big, like imagine getting a big volume bar like that, though that didn't work. Doesn't always happen. I mean, we had a big volume bar on the 2-minute chart right there. It popped up, looked like it was going to run, and then it, you know, it just didn't. Okay. To set up auto trading with Holly, you need number one an Interactive Brokers account. You need our premium service, and that's how you would do it. Okay, don't recommend it, but you know, but it is you. But you are able to do it. But you need an Interactive Brokers account, and you need our premium service. Okay, guys. So, Moon, did that answer your question? What is that Sava doing? I didn't actually see the news. I didn't. It's the news is passed. So what? Upbeat data on Alzheimer's. Okay. Well, that's a biggie. So yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, there's no. If you look left, if you do, just a second. If you look left on that chart, I mean, obviously on the weekly chart, there's nothing close, and on the monthly chart, you have to go back to 2016. So I mean, you know what I was saying before in 2016. Obviously, this is a virus play. Okay, so I mean, 2016. This is a different company. Whether this is resistance, I don't know. It's 5 years ago, 4.5 years ago. Those levels. So in theory, yeah, I mean, it could keep running if it wants to. Now you're you know, you're pretty extended right now, but it just took out. It's just at the pre-market high, and you know, it's an emotional. It's a virus play. I didn't like that. I mean, that's a big drop. 1951 down to 14.58. I mean, there's a $5 drop. Well, for me, I don't use fibs, okay, but I just look at CRBP, and I mean, there's three might block it, for a while or whatever. I mean, it just has a whole number, but I mean, there's nothing stopping it. But real will probably tell us the fibs on this, not the lies. It's funny, you probably weren't in the room. Well, I don't think you were in the room. Maybe you were lurking, but the CRMD. What you were saying the other day is how sometimes these look at CRMD, and this absolutely shot right. Didn't matter. It was the top of the channel. It just didn't matter. I mean, now okay, finally, but when we got the alert for CRMD 1147, this was way above. Of course, I don't know what 982 means. Just a minute. Here we go, 30. But it was way above, and it just didn't matter. Sometimes you can throw those technicals out. Now on the CRBP, maybe that will stall it, but I don't know. Yeah, I find bingo very difficult. It's a difficult intraday trader. I mean, here's another one. Popped way high, had news, and just faded. I think this is more of a, to try to swing it, and with a stop, a pretty wide stop, because it's a terrible, for me anyway, it's a terrible intraday trader. And it did have some news, but it didn't hold. I mean, what did it get to? Got it to 13.30 and dropped almost $2. You'd have to look it up. The news on Saba. You'd have to look it up. It halted. I don't. I can't see it. It's an Alzheimer's. Something to do with Alzheimer's. You just have to look it up. Obviously, very positive data, or it's being perceived. The perception is very positive data. Yeah, it's a sector I just can't get too excited about. I mean, look, airlines are just completely and utterly destroyed right now. So I can't get too excited about this sector at all. I can't see any, and I don't have all the moving averages anyway. I just have the 20-day. I just have the 200-day. But I can't get too excited about the airlines. I'm sorry. You know, they're all stuck. Yeah. So somebody with Thinkorswim would have to answer that, Sparky. I of course have no idea. Aha. Yes. What? I thought you said you were never going to sell. Look at Saba. Holy. Yeah, absolutely. This is just extreme here. 215%. So this will trade the, well, it's obviously already traded the float. I'm surprised it's not more. To be honest, I'm surprised it's not more with that float. I mean, it's only 45 million shares. I'm surprised it's not more like 100 million. You know, with that $48 increase. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Okay, well, this is one that I actually don't have it. I guess I should be adding it. It's just short floats. It's very simple. You can create an alert window, excuse me, out of it if you want, but I'll just give it to you. Try to add it this weekend to the mix. Of course, you can always change. You can always change the filter, the price range, etc. Now, I do have though. I don't have it up and running because a lot of these here it seem to be short or low floats anyway. But I do have an alert window. From my home page. In the scan section. So in the scan section, so I do have here low floaters on the move, I think. Yeah, low floaters on the move. Okay. You'll get a lot of alerts that are going to be in here, but this is really concentrating on low float situations, low floaters on the move. That one does not take into account really the short float percent. This was more to do with short float percent, like that percent right there. Okay. Okay, so VT is still moving. So it did take a little tumble, but not much. And now it's on the way up again. And yeah, pretty good volume, 13 million in the float. So by the end of the day, it will probably trade the float. So Vic, hi, welcome to the room. I'm sharing scans as opposed to a layout, okay? So you'll see virtually everything. If you click on my home page, okay, click on my home page link right there, and then click on right here, Barry Scans, click here, and here are all the scans that I'm sharing, okay? You can kind of pick and choose which ones you might want to add to your layout or create a layout from them. Yeah, the watch list is a little bit different. To get my watch list, you have to click on New, Channel Bar, and then Barry's watch list. Now it's a layout, okay? So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. Now, if you load, then you can load these three, then you have these three windows, then you can save the windows to the cloud if you want, okay? Right click, save or share to cloud, save. Bring back your layout, and then you can add these three windows, from the cloud. Bring back your layout and then file, load from cloud, and then you'll see if you save them, you'll see the three right at the top, and then load them, and then you save your layout again with them included. This is a little more separate because for people who are new, trying to get them, not overwhelmed by all the alerts. These are, if I were right starting out, I'd probably just concentrate on this and this. Whew. exploding VTVT. Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? Look where VXRT touched. The high right there is 1946, 1946, 1947, 1942. It just couldn't get in a big way get through those that pre-market high. Tomorrow, who knows? Meanwhile, VT squared is just going crazy here. Well done, Zach, on your short. Oh, he did. I didn't see that. Okay, guys, I'm going to get set for my meeting. Okay, guys, I'm putting myself on mute right now. All right, guys. Yeah, I am back. These marketing meetings are taking forever now. Used to be over and done with sometimes 10 minutes, but they're going on and on and on. I mean, it's interesting stuff, but yeah, I want to get back into the room. So let's see. I had a question, Darius. I don't know if you're still around. How do you manually punch in a stock symbol in trade ideas? Are you still around? I can show you how. I think the question was, how do you change a symbol right on the chart? So all you do is you just left click on the chart that you want to change the symbol in and then just literally start typing. Hopefully when that happens, the change symbol box shows up. You click on change or hit return on your keyboard. Okay? So I don't know if you're still around, but other people might have had the same question. Yeah, I cannot believe the CCIV. I mean, that was the on again, off again. On again, off again rumor about Lord, right? Lucid. I want to say Lord. Lucid Motors merger. The on again, off again. Yeah, and while I was in that meeting, I almost did something I don't often do, but I almost chased this VXRT, and I just didn't get it. When it took out 20 that first time, and it dropped, and it took out 20 again. I had an order in, but I just didn't get it. And man, what a move! Now it's come right back down to 20. So we'll see what happens there. See if it bounces off 20 again. Look at the market. Look at the SPY. It is just really, really flattened out. Look at that 15-minute. There was the pop pre-market, steady move up, and now it's just been flat for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, almost 3 hours. Yeah, we don't have alerts like that, unfortunately, Kunal. Okay, we don't have alerts. A price. Well, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. We don't have it on the 10. We do have it on these ones. Let me just get rid of the note. So we do have these ones. Okay, so we cross the 200-day, 50, 20. Okay, not the 10. Okay, so those are pretty obvious. Again, 20, 50, and 200-day moving averages. We don't have the 10. I know you were just using it as an example. So we do have those crosses. So NTT Expert, when you say, is this delayed, are you talking about the alerts that you're seeing on the screen? If that's what you're talking about, no. These are all real-time alerts. Now, you might say, well, that's at 12:58, and of course we're past 12:58. This is just the way I've arranged this. But for instance, say, just want to see if I get a new one. They are all real-time alerts. Okay, Kunal, did you get that? Just right-click an alert window, configure, search, and type in cross. And scroll down a little bit, and you'll see the moving average crosses, okay? No, you can't. Unfortunately, you cannot. Yeah, with the custom filter, no, you can't. I mean, we tried to make the program so that the vast majority of our customers, not forcing them to learn any new programming language, tried to create enough alerts and filters so that you could create, virtually, I'd say 95 to 98% of all trading scenarios. Are we missing some that people want? Yes, but I guess that's just the way it is. I don't know what you guys are talking about with William Burroughs and all. I don't know what you guys are talking about. As long as you're having fun. So I didn't see. Was there actually news that came out, or I get just the rumor again with CCIV? All right, guys. I'm getting set to shut down the room pretty soon. I'll always stay if there are questions, of course, but. It happened in Nantech here. Yeah, patterns are not probably what we're great at. Okay, TD Expert. I mean, we have patterns here. Search, and so we do have, end of candle. No, that's not a good one. Sorry, end of candle. We have geometric patterns here. Okay, these are alerts on geometric patterns. Candle patterns here. We have Fibonacci. I'm just trying to think of not really what you're looking for. An inside bar, no. You see, we're not able to reference intraday candles like that. Okay. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Sorry to disappoint. Now we do have this. I've never used it. I have no idea how good it would be. But let's just take a look at this NR. Yeah, so I mean, these are. I'd even have to really look at to see what the definition is. But this is sort of inside here. But help. Let me look at the help. So narrowing. This is narrowing. So kind of inside, but not exactly what you're talking about. I've actually never used these. Yeah, I saw that SLS, so I'm assuming it has fallen a lot now. No, it hasn't. Wow. I thought I was because I saw it here. I was anticipating when you were talking about it that it was really falling. Yeah, look at this. So if you look left, 858 is the next high. Looking left, right over here. Man, if it takes that out, maybe not today. I mean, it might. It tried to, I think. Yeah, it did. It actually popped right through that. Look at the room it's got. You look left on that daily chart. CPRT, let's take a look at CPRT. Oh yeah, so this is, so you were shorting this? Just looking to try to figure out what you were doing here. I mean, it's still moving higher, so what were you doing, shorting it? I'm talking to somebody again in our YouTube room. So I don't really know, like, what are you looking for? I mean, swing trade, I mean, you have 116.65 or so, 116 plus and change is maybe some resistance. Oh, is it? Oh, I see. See, I don't even, oh, I see, okay. So this was a short. Oh, okay. Well, it obviously didn't work. Yeah, I only look at the ones under 20, so I apologize. I did not even know it was a Holly trade. Yeah, but obviously, it didn't work. Not as a short anyway. Another one. Look at this. Yeah, look at this candle. This I haven't seen this one for a while. I mean, this had crazy action in December of last year. Got up to craziness, $162 or something, and then it fell down. Tried the next day. I remember this day, man, and it's just been flatlining since. Just looking to see. I can't see any specific news on this one. See if it came in. I don't see any specific news from IB. But something's giving it a charge, that's for sure, the SLS. Yeah, you can send it to, like, I am not good at something like that, okay? I'll tell you right now, Canal. So just info at trade-ideas. Explain what you're looking for and see maybe one of the other traders can help. Okay? Info at trade-ideas.com. But again, we are not good at finding an inside bar on a 5-minute chart. Okay, it's not something that we can't reference it. We can't reference the previous bars like that, highs and lows. Just to let you know. All right, guys, it is now 3 o'clock. Are there any other questions? And buzz time, NTN. Yeah, another, boy, some of these great looking charts today. SDX? I don't know. What is SDX? Standard deviation? ADX. I think, did you ask me that yesterday? Yeah, I have no idea where the data comes from. I mean, we have our servers crunching up the data. I have no idea. I mean, I don't know how to even answer that question. I mean, where do we get our data from? I mean, we have a data provider who, gives us, but I don't know. I have no idea who our data provider is, but we take the data and crunch it. So I don't know. No, I know you're talking about 80. I know you're talking about ADX. I know you're talking about this. I know, you're talking about yeah. You're talking about the directional index, right? I don't know. I don't know where we get our data from on any of this stuff. All I know is we crunch data that we have to create things, but other than that, I have no idea. Yeah, so this is not a room where I'm going to tell you what to buy and sell, main group, okay? All day long. I talk about trades that I'm looking at, setups, and I'm saying, I may say something like, well, for instance, on this one, the CRMD, this was earlier, I was talking about this, the CRMD alert came here at 11:47, and I was, we were talking about it. I said, well, you know what? If it breaks this 1150 level, this is where I'm really interested in taking it. I'm not going to say you guys should do the same thing. All up to you, okay? I'm not ever going to say, and you should do the same thing. It's sort of lay it out what I'm looking at, and if you like what I'm talking about, and you see, I see what he's saying. If it gets over 1150, I can see that because I was talking about looking at the monthly and the weekly chart. Just take a look at what sort of resistance there is nearby. There wasn't. So that's what got me interested in the trade. But I'm not going to say you should take the trade too. Yeah, I don't know about breakouts. I mean, you see, NT, I am a guy who just looks at, a lot of what I'm looking at, of course, are breaking out. They're new highs of the day. Just because I get an alert doesn't mean, of course, I take the trade. So the issue is that I'm going to look at it. I'm going to see what pattern is it coming from. For instance, if I had, I was in that meeting right here. So there's a bit of a breakout right there, right? VXRT. We were talking about this, if it could take out that high in the pre-market. It tried a couple of times and then finally it broke out. Now this is a matter, of course, of setting a price alert. Knowing that VXRT is a stock that is in play for the day by doing some pre-market work, as an example. Okay? But I'm always, so if I get and that made a new high for the day right there, and again, I was in this meeting, so I wasn't able to take that trade, but that would have definitely interested me. But I don't have like a breakout scan. I mean, everything I'm seeing personally is these are stocks making new highs for the day. Now, again, I check the pattern. How much room does it have on the monthly, weekly, daily? And that could continue the breakout. No, not for me. Not for me, BJ. I mean, most of the time when it's always in the context of looking at the chart. But no, I'm not looking at a new high for the day thinking that's where now I'm going to short it. No. Wow, I can't believe the SPY. I haven't seen a day like this for a while. I mean, maybe if I elongate. No, this is a really, really tight channel for the SPY. All right, guys, I think I'll wrap it up now. Thanks a lot for all of the help. And I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. And hope everybody has a great evening. And we'll see you in the room tomorrow. Bye-bye.